we'll start, we'll continue. Continue to exercise. We would have to. When she comes in, she will join us.
Are you sharing details?
I'm sharing this. By all means, continue, please. Okay. So what's the scenario she said? Okay.
Then we mentioned the robbery. Okay. So another one. Another one. Yeah. You are satisfied or dissatisfied with the house when you went there. You understand this one? That might not be a risk. So that the risk are things like no favorable weather conditions. Okay, so let's leave it at this. We have 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, we included this one. Okay, if you go on, okay. I'm looking at it as it's an agreement now. If the cost is you understand. So if you are not satisfied, you will go and look for another one. Good morning, ma'am. Okay. Can you hear me? Except if we just end like this. Okay, so I think I can. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, good morning. So I think okay. He just stepped out now, and he asked us to um, fill in this risk events, the risk register rather, so that from the tax we were given yesterday on moving to a new apartment, that we should identify the risk that could be involved and be able to also fill in the probability, the impact, and so on and so forth. So we are trying to identify the risk that could be involved in moving to a new apartment. So this is the first one on number one was a guide to us. I mean, it's a guide to us rather. So this number two were the one we identify here. Breakdown of truck, fraudulent agents, bad encounter with law enforcement agents. Oh, sorry. Armed robbery attack, unfavorable weather condition, inadequate manpower. So in case you have any other one that will go hard so that we can actually continue with some of the other one.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we can continue. I will have when I have. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, should we start filling the probability? Okay, breakdown of shrub. Probability. The probability is 25%. I think that's not bad. No. Okay. Should we do probability for all of them first? Or we should do one? I think it's better we do fraudulent agents. 50. Agents could be funny. They could take you to a house that is actually 65. But they can't with law enforcement agents. Yeah. Okay. 55. Abi? 60, okay. Armed robbery attack. Armed robbery attack could be low at least. Let's say 10. 15, yeah. So probability depending on the time. So 30. 30. Okay. 50. Inadequate manpower, both at the time of loading from the old house and offloading at the other place, arranging so. So you might prepare for one and you may not have idea of whoever, so it's 30 as well. So impacts, if the truck, no, she said she will consider she has an impact.
Are you sorry, are you fine with the probability?
Thank you for asking. I'm just really settling in, but I trust what you're doing. I'll be able to have my computer soon so that I'll be able to follow attentively.
Okay.
Go on. Thank you.
Okay, so breakdown of shrub. the impact, it will actually have high huge impact. So let's say that's like 707. Fraudulent agents, that's also going to have a lot of impact. The impact is much. So exactly. So they could be funny sometimes. By the counter with law enforcement, you can have your way around those. Right, you can have your way around those. I'm robbery attack. The impact could be much. The impact could be much. 7. Unfavorable weather condition. So the impact might not be really much. 6. Inadequate manpower. 4, yeah. It's not as if it will not be done. Risk. Okay, I think this one is supposed to calculate 7. It's not? No, I think it's correct. 40% or 40%. And this is it now. On which one? It's 0.4 times 7. I think it's correct. It's correct. This one is 0.4, not 40. Yes. So the priority. And she says she's trying to connect to it. So the risk exposure breakdown of truck. So if the truck breaks down, what is actually going to be the impact in terms of naira cover? So we might also so in this diesel era. Okay. 20,000. Okay. Fraudulent agents. You are paying another agent. No, the agency fee now. It's agency fee. So so let's leave it as 50,000. I'm Robbie attack. Okay, bad encounter with laws enforcement agency. We can have. Maybe I feel that we should increase this truck maybe to 40,000. So this encounter with law enforcement. So once again, which one? That how much you say? Okay, sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, say 200,000. Okay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to look at. It's okay, Abby. Okay. The bad encounter will also if you have money. You can see menu. Why not 20? Okay, 10. When they see those trucks, they are funny. When they see all those, I'm Robbie attack.
last one is what we have is also, we can collect everything,
So
let us do 1 million or 500.
500. But what would you want to take from the house that you have? It's just the goods.
Your furniture.
Unfavorable weather condition. Maybe at the end of the day, I just spend more.
Just spend more, probably spend more, but for person, you probably spend extra
10 or 5,000. Inadequate manpower, same thing. So this is supposed to calculate. And this is C6 times G6 is C6. That's probability. That's probability times the amount here. Okay, so what are we going to do to each of them? Response. Breakdown of shock. But none of this one is positive. We don't have any positive risk in all this. You get to the house, you find gold inside. So, okay, so what I'm going to break down of shock? Avoid transfer. I will transfer it. No, it's not positive, it's negative. It's only negative. It's positive that I said share, exploit, and enhance. So negative is and escalate, accept, avoid, transfer, and mitigate. Maybe mitigate. That's breakdown of shock. Yeah. So should we finish that one? Okay, let's quickly finish that one. So response action. Get a technician. I mean. Okay. So that means it's transfer. And that does not look like transfer. And the third party is the truck driver or because actually we will tell the person or I paid you except if you are getting another truck. I'm only asking. Yes. Settlements, contingencies. Contingencies that they might get another.
Response action is when you use for
Is yes, what's yes, when there is what yes. Contingencies in case the response action did not work. So get another truck. Yeah, a new truck. We'll be putting our names in each of them. Starting from so the next one, fraudulent agents. Avoid. Avoid. So what is the response action when it's out? No, avoid means that you are trying to check whether if this is no. The response strategy is the avoid. Yeah, so let's look for. I'm trying to check do a diligent study about the gender and rural use. Voila,
You can't have what?
avoid.
You avoid, yes. You can choose to avoid the risk. Just let's not go very liberal. If you want to look at it with this score, because some people have
Let's check.
Why don't you keep put this on your ear so that she can?
No, she can hear us.
Okay.
Let's check our list.
Okay. 5, that's medium, and it's quite high. Mitigate. So what? To police. Yes. Exactly. Yes, you can transfer now. They were arrested now. Response action. Yeah, when the risk happen, you will transfer it. Get a report to the nearest police station. Station. So, what is the contingency? Get another. Get another. Ali? A new agent. So bad encounter with law enforcement agents. So we said, what are we going to do? What do you want to do? There's nothing we can do. We have to avoid it. Or can we mitigate against? What do you want to mitigate against? Police phone call arrest you say. Okay. Okay, mitigate. So what's the settlement? Okay, response action. Mitigate. What do you call it? Check all papers of the shop.
Yeah, very important.
Is that?
Yeah, I was trying to say that what to do when we have issues with law enforcement is to ensure that all papers, certification, registrations are complete, because they can really set your project back.
Okay.
Settlement is not even costly. Yeah.
Check the ensure the document, the assured documents of sure is when so contingency. Contingency, we should put settlements. Let's assume. So it's similar. So armed robbery attack, I think she will be the way to handle armed robbery attack. So what do we do? Avoid. No, move with move with an armed officer. Sure.
If our response is to prevent, if our response is to prevent this from happening, right, that means we should not report to the police now.
No, the response is that when it happens, what are we going to do? What's our strategy? What's our strategy and what is the action? This is the strategy, is what we are going to do exactly. So, for example, if you are saying mitigate, now we are saying that we want to get a police officer to move with us. If we are saying we only want to avoid it, it means that we probably want to move in the day where we feel that it will be safer. Do you understand? So depending on whatever strategy we put here, we determine what we are putting as our.
The project managers, how are you faring?
Sorry, I want to confirm.
Yes, please, I'm watching.
This risk response strategy and the response action. Is it for when it's happening or for it not to happen?
The goal is the goal of both quality and risk is majorly proactive
Prevention.
Prevent, if you can prevent the thing and nothing shakes them. Right. So your goal is to prevent. They need the thing by force happen. In that
Okay,
case,
for which one is that?
Escalation.
Report to the nearest police.
Yeah. So you want to put beautiful. You want to put preventive techniques.
So
that means this one will change.
Is she contributing?
Yes.
Madam Lade. Hello. Hello, Madam Omolade. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I was actually special waiting for you because yesterday you said that you were getting a lot from the risk something. So I wanted you to be here from the start, but thankfully you're able to join, right? Okay.
So what do you say we should use? So are we using transfer then? Is this transfer for this that same agent? It's yes. Yes. Due diligence, Abby.
Are we still on the security armed robbery attack?
Yeah, well, yes, we are there too, but we are trying to adjust these fraudulent things so that we might need to deal with reputable agent as our response action there.
First response action. Yes,
that's for okay. Request carry out proper maintenance. And okay, and so as in ensure inspection of okay.
Or just let us ensure property condition.
Ensure truck is in. Okay. So move with an armed officer. Okay, we are back here now. That's on armed robbery attack. What's the contingency? From even at all. Okay, so or move during the day. Okay, so should we use move during the day? At least we know robbery attacks are not as rampant in the day like the night. So what's going to be the contingency plan?
For that law enforcement moving out of this house, trying to best to avoid. We also want to stop it.
So should what do you say? So what's going to be the contingency plan? Response action and contingency plan. Okay. Get an armed officer. Okay. Okay, so let's cut this. Put it here. That's a cut. During. So the last one. Unfavorable weather condition. She has looked at it. So there's nothing we can do. We have to just avoid it. No, as in, what's the response action? As in, is it? I'm not talking about strategy. I didn't get that. Yeah. So what's that going to be a strategy? Mitigate. Okay. I'm trying to. Okay. So what's going to be? Okay. Property. That's actually what was in my mind. Will that be what is there? Ensuring. So this other one, what do we do? Study the weather condition. Then contingency. Contingency. There's nothing we can do when it starts raining. What? What do you say? Yes, okay, okay. So back to you again. So the last one, um, inadequate manpower strategy. We can mitigate against that. That's the only. Agree? Or if you want to transfer, we say we employ a adult. You know, there are people who are in charge of logistic movements. Abi, inadequate manpower. Abi, employ service of logistics. Contingency in case they fuck up too. Since you have employed them, I don't think. Oh, eh? 10. Higher. Okay. Labor, abi. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. That's oh, okay. That is too small. It's a function of this now. Maybe what you put here. If you want to, of course, it's going to be more than this. So should we put like 10 or 15? So this is for weather, and we said that what we are doing is the risk is for this one is not even have any cover because you are just studying the local condition. Okay, for us to cover property, yeah, for insuring, yes, 75,000 will be what is for deal with reputable agents. 6,000 looks small. Okay, yes. 200,000, yes. Ensure trust in good condition. 15,000 for okay for this. I think it's okay.
We're done. Okay, great. So let's do this. Where's she? She's gone. All right. So, who wants to do a presentation? So let's see. We have hormonal disruption. Okay. Now let me just do two things for you. Just two things that you want to take note of. The first thing is that you don't want to be in a situation where you are chasing a rat when your house is on fire. That's the reason why we prioritize. So going beyond just putting numbers here, we want to be able to rank it from high to low so that we can be able to, and of course, Excel has that feature that allows you to rank risk score, rank number. So that's very important. That's the first thing. Second thing I want to let you know is that you do not perform quantitative analysis for every risk. If the risk is low, at some levels of low levels of medium, you might, organizational policy might be, don't do quantitative analysis, but it's not what it, right? So that's another thing. So instead, risks that have very low priority would tend to be moved into what we call a watch list. The third thing is that it is only negative risk, and I like that you did that. It's only negative risk that builds the the contingency result. This is your contingency result. Everything is summed. This sums all of this column. This is your contingency result. Let us assume you have a positive risk like so let's say a positive forex fluctuation, positive FX fluctuation, which is one way you get money, right? Let's assume probability is a 67, and then the impact is a 7, and then we have a risk score of 4.5, and then this, right, medium. Our risk exposure is that we're exposed by maybe $50,000, right? Now, when we are doing your probability impact, you are going to be doing something like 50,000, 67 multiplied by 50,000, right? And then you can do multiplied by -1. You know why? So that you want to convert it to a negative figure. Okay, yes, sorry. So that you convert it to a negative figure. Your goal is to make it negative. Anyhow you do to make it negative, it should be negative. And multiply by -1. Yes, it should be negative. Right? And then, or you can do put -1 in front of the figure and it will work. Right? So it will be negative. Notice that this would now, instead of adding to the risk score, will subtract from the risk score. And then the strategies we now use will be things like exploit, enhance, share, right? Exploit, enhance, share.
So in this kind of
Yeah. But yes, of course, forex is a positive risk that you are expecting shortfall or there's likely going to be a tax rebate this season from the government. It's a positive risk, right? That you're expecting grants is a positive risk that federal regulations are going to be passed in your favor. It's a positive risk that you are using that you will soon sign an agreement with a major stakeholder that will bring certain benefits. It's a positive risk, right? So yes, positive risks do exist, and A very good risk management system will factor in positive and negative risk. It's actually
negative. Yeah.
yes, the answer will be negative there because negative risk build up your budget. Positive risk therefore should rightly reduce the budget because the same way, thank you very much. The same way negative risk is making you lose money and forcing you to keep money aside. Positive risk should help you save money and reduce your risk budget. I always do something and make it really not necessary for you to keep a lot of money, right? So that's basically that. So that's all for risk management. Now the next thing we're going to deal with is procurement. Now, most of us have experienced procurement in one form or another. Procurement is the process that we use to acquire resources, right? The process we use to be able to acquire resources, whether human resources, material resources, and other kinds of resources, equipment. We'll oftentimes use the procurement system. The only difference between procurement and resource management is that procurement tends to focus on the underlying contracts to acquire the resources. Not how you manage the resources or how you use the resources. That's under resource management. Procurement management focuses on the nature of the contract and how it's likely to affect your project. There are three, which is what plan, conduct, and control. Now, what does it mean to plan resources, plan procurement? Now, first of all, we do this thing. I mean, I've almost used this as a refrain: policies, procedures, documentation, systems, software, tools, techniques, frameworks, every big grammar you can think about. But the goal is to be able to come up with a 40,000 feet off the ground approach, a high level approach that you would use to be able to carry out procurement activities. Procurement activities in this case would be knowing your cost information, identifying your sellers, coming up with a procurement strategy, choosing the right bidding strategy, the right type of contract, your pre-qualification processes, right, and so on and so forth, and what you will do is simple. Right. So at the end of this, you have what? Procurement management plan. In procurement management plan, one of the things you deal with is make or buy decision. Right. Now, a J.K. Michaels will never, and I repeat, never 3 times, ask Guarantee Trust Bank to teach them how to even do financing. Do you know why? Because Guarantee Trust Banks are financiers. Even when they want to train financiers, they send them here, and we are not in banking. Why? Our strength is being able to accumulate, compile, aggregate, and pass on knowledge. On the other hand, if we want insurance, we will never, ever create insurance for ourselves. We go to people who do it, right? So we want to be able to know if there is intellectual property factors that would make you want to do it yourself. Because if you want to protect intellectual property rights, you don't want to outsource. Or if there are competencies and efficiency factors that makes you want to do it yourself, you only want to do things that you are in your core and it's very effective. There's no way J.K. Michaels will carry logistics better than logistics. Because one thing is that when someone places in an industry and sees that industry is called, he's supposed to do research, learn, and keep in touch with best practices. J.K. Michaels doesn't have time to keep in touch with best practices or logistics. Does that make sense? Right. So we go by example. Right now, we're giving a scenario where a businessman for a project has opportunities to either buy at $5,000 one-off cost and then pay $50 maintenance fee, or continue renting at $100, which will include the maintenance fee. Right? What will be your decision? How will you take the decision? Now, how we do this is that we make the variable x, right? So actually, the simple way to write this is like, we take, this is 5,000, this is not times, this is 5,000 plus 50x, right? So this 5,000 plus 50x So you do 5,000 and then pay $50 every day. Don't forget the day is X. Let the number of days be X. Let's just call it that, right? Now, let the number of days be X. So you're doing 5,000 upfront plus, not times, $50 every day or $100 every day. $100 every day should be equal to this, and then we will now check where the X becomes equal. That where the number of days will mean that the dollars here and the dollars here are equal. That's the logic.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Right. Now, so when we solve it, of course, I don't need to. This is rudimentary maths. Okay. We'll also do that. Just give 10 minutes. Right. So this rudimentary maths solve for X, right? So we'll get X to be correct. Huh? It can, but not. Contract is that underlying document that binds or defines the nature of what procurement relationship. Which one to go for? Yes, it means that the moment once it goes beyond X, the number of days at X days, at 100 days, you cannot be renting again. It means that renting becomes inefficient. It's better for you to buy 5,000 and then continue to do 50-50 for every day. Every day after 100 days, you'll be saving $50 if you bought. You get the gist, right? Now, a contract is that underlying document, right? An underlying legal document that serves to define the nature of what procurement relationship between two parties, a legal binding agreement between a buyer and a seller. In the simplest form, a contract is a purchase order. Right? It's very important that we understand the 5 components of a contract. Number 1 is capacity. Over 18 is a recognized or specific legal entity, not a minor, right? And then there is also what you call competency. When we say competency, we just mean that under 18 you don't have the competency. If you were drunk, you don't have the competency. If you took drugs, you don't have the competency. Your lawyer can argue you out of the contract to enter if he can prove that you entered in under the influence of substances. Right. Consideration, there must be something to pass. It's something contract has to be something that I will pass to you at the end of everything. And that's the reason why MMM from the onset, I never bought in all this. Why? Because there was nothing that was passing, nothing was changing possession. So what's the business reaction that will give you money and then will help the other person? Then the next, the third is what offer, right? Now, there must be a proposition to exchange something for something, right? And of course, it must be of both parties' free volition. You can't pull a pistol to Temitope's head and tell him to sign something. That's serious, right? And there is a legal purpose. Contract must be enforceable in the court of law. If it's not a legal contract, it's not legal, so it can't be a contract. There's no way to enforce exam or practice contracts, gambling contracts, prostitution contract, assassination contract. We can't enforce them in the court of law. So they cannot even be called contracts in the first place. And then there has to be mutual acceptance from both parties. Right? So this is basically saying the same thing. The next thing that is very important is contract types. And you need to understand that contracts have some specific types you want to pay attention to. The first is what you call the purchase order. A purchase order is a very simple kind of contract for what I personally call one-dimensional products. The one-dimensional, what I call, I'm not saying you will see it anywhere. One-dimensional product is a product that is just one dimension. I can state the requirements to you immediately and you know what I'm talking about. The only thing for you is to deliver to me what you call commodity type of product. If I say HP 200 gigabytes, HP generation X, generation 9, core i7, there is only one type in the market. The moment I define it, I even say do pure, do water. That is clear. So the only thing I will need, you will need is a contract, a PO from me authorizing you to give this on the grounds of I will pay you on certain terms, right? That's purchase order. Then there's time and material. You don't see time and material contract being used to run very big projects, right? You see them being used to run small augmentation type project. Very good example is if you want to paint this house, you get a worker, his fees is going to be split into two. Something for the time, which is what he calls the commercial, and something for the material, which is what he calls the give me money, make a buy paint, make a buy brush, make a buy sand. So that is what you call time and material. You don't use it for big major aspects of the contract. You want to use them for implementation of smaller components of the contract. Right. And then we have fixed price. Now, fixed price has three types. It's fixed price and cost reimbursable. Now let's talk fixed price. Now, let me give you an example. If I ask you to put in for me 10 ACs and I'm going to give you, say, 1 million to install 10 ACs, let's assume that the price is working with 1 million to install 10 ACs around this place. And we agree to 1 million and we sign a contract that you will do it at 1 million. That will include both your profit and putting the services. Who's at risk, me or you? Sometimes he has committed himself to that 1 million to do the work. He's at risk. Secondly, there's not what you call a fixed price post incentive, and that's what they say for every week you install one of the pieces faster than on the schedule, I'll add 50,000 on it as an incentive to work faster. I need to be able to harmonize my goal with his goal. The third is plus economic price adjustment, and that's a situation where every 2 weeks, every 6 months, every 1 year, every 2 years, we have as a term of the contract that will visit the economic state of the country, especially inflation, to be able to see whether to adjust the prices. Does that make sense? Third, for subject to the condition that we review at the period. Right? So that works for situations where you can, like I said, define and describe the requirements very clearly. What do we do in situations where we cannot define or describe the requirements that clearly? We use cost reimbursement. If I were to contract you to build an artificial intelligence system that will do X, Y, Z, and any fantastic things from it, it will be very unlikely that you can know how much it is, because you don't even know the scope. Even after I've told you what I want, you don't even know the full scope of the work. It's complex. And you can't go online to check like AC, price of AC, can you do that significantly low, right? So you are more likely to do cost reimbursable, which is in other words, you're going to do the work. Maybe in Nigeria, we try to do cost reimbursable with the mobilization. But we know that the mobilization doesn't provide it. Right, so when you're done, you give me your invoice and then I'm going to settle you and add your profit. Right. So that's cost plus fixed fee. Whatever amount you do for me, do it. I'll add 50,000 for you on top, or 10,000 naira for you on top. So you give me 1 million, I give you 1 million, 10,000. You give me 1 million, I give you 1 million, 100,000, 100,000. You give me 2 million, I give you 2 million, 100,000. You give me an invoice of 3 million, I give you 3 million, 100,000. But have a fixed fee that put it on top of whatever you give. Does that make sense? Then there's now cost plus percentage of cost. If you see this kind of contract, remove your shoe, open the door, and when we go to place, because we are likely dealing with another one. Unscrupulous people can use this to achieve very terrible objectives. In this case, it's cost reimbursable, but I'm going to pay you back a percentage of whatever you spend. So that means if you give me 1 million and it's 10%, I will give you 10,000, 100,000. If you give me 2 million, what am I giving you? If you give me 5 million, what am I giving you? Why would you want to keep the prices? Does that make sense? Yeah, that's what you will use in the construction industry. What you will use it for. But that's basically because you people cannot run it like that without checks and balances. There has to be sufficient checks and balances. It now puts a lot of body on the project manager to check the accuracy of the invoices. That's fixed price. And then they sign the contract. And then they give him money to do it.
Yeah, but there's an agreement of give a set. That will be yours.
on the cost.
Yes.
Yes.
So which one will be fixed for cost?
Now, if they pay you, if they sign a contract ahead of time
Before the project starts.
before the project starts,
Yeah.
and we tie ourselves up in that, and funds are provided for you. In other words, I don't need, do they reimburse you? That's the question. Do you run it with your own funds because of lack of clarity of scope? And then when you finish closing it, then they reimburse you with the profit.
What usually happens is that when you start
Immobilization. That is not a total of the fee. It's reimbursable then. Right. So these are basically what I've described. Fixed price.
Okay.
Fixed price plus incentive, which is 50,000 example I gave. Fixed price plus economic price adjustment, which is the example I gave. Right. Time and material, which is the example of the printer I gave. Cost plus fixed fee, which is adding the fixed fee to whatever is the invoice cost at the end. And then cost plus incentive fee, which is also like cost plus fixed fee. It's just that you now have what? An incentive, right? It's still a cost reimbursable. If you do it faster, if you do it better, if you do it more quality, meet certain quality standard, I give you incentive for meeting those targets. And then cost plus percentage of cost, which is the one I took you to run away from. Flip, right? And then we have share. Sometimes the nature of contract will make us to enter certain kinds of agreement, especially when we want to meet certain cost targets. Better contract will be and then I tell you that this project I've already been able to put in this line. But however, if you can be able to save me anybody is about splitting between me and 60-40. You get to do the work as 45K, that means you save 5,000. I take 60% of it. You take 40% of it, add it to your initial amount for your contract value, which is what? 45,000, right? So all right. And then we have two kinds of scope of work, right? In project management, we have two kinds of scope of work. Now, remember, I gave two examples, the EC and the other one. The other one is AC and artificial intelligence. So now, it's very easy for me to easily describe the scope of segment analysis. In fact, if I'm not sure, I will go online, research that of this, and I will be very specific. So we can use design scope of work. You go to construction agent, use design because you know all the dimensions and all the possible materials. It's very clear. However, a more sophisticated, evolving, technologically field, we have a tendency to use functionality scope of work rather than design scope of work. Functionality scope of work is where we might not even be very clear on what the requirements will be. So we will be describing the functionality. You should be able to produce this report. You should be able to pick this something. You can't tell it 10 gigabytes because you don't even know. You can only describe the behavior you want the system or the tool to have. Right? That's the difference between design and functionality scope of work. Now, after we have most of these things are going to be done in planning, and they will be determined while we are defining what the terms of the contract will be and what our procurement strategy is likely to look like. Knowing that for this guy, because of the nature of this guy's work, the fixed price will work for him. But for this guy, even though it's on the same project, we can't use a fixed price for this guy. We use a cost reimbursable for this guy. When we're making all of these decisions, right? When we are done, we would have release, we begin by release. But at the end of the planning process, we would have a procurement management plan, but we would also release documents to stakeholders, things like RFPs, RFIs, RFQs, invitation to bid, right? And then these people are going to respond. Based on their responses, we do what we call pre-qualification, right? A certain level of qualifying their responses, and then the people that we accept, bring them over for the bidding process. And there are two things. One to was select the seller and award the contract. The few things you want to keep in mind. First of all, the nature of the documents. RFI, is that the first thing? RFQ is for, like I said, one-dimensional product. If I ask you to give me a quote, I can ask you to give me a proposal for laptop. What are you proposing? That's just give me a quote. Laptop is one dimensional. I can use a Dell to replace a HP anytime, any day. Just give me a quote carrying how much unit cost, total cost, and terms of payment. That's what I need. Right. On the other hand, for request for information, we are just trying to check the capacity of the organization to carry out what we want to do with the project. So we usually ask for things like how long have you been in the business? Years of experience? Have you worked with people in our industry? What's your 3-4 years of financial statements or tax returns? Right? The neighbor, who are the people on your board? Can I see the CV of your MD? All of these things count here, right? And so on and so forth. What we're doing is we're trying to learn more so that we can be able to. We might not even be ready to enter into the business right now, but we're trying to know whether these people are likely candidates for this business. And then we have request for proposal. Now, I've spoken about one-dimensional products, which is what for which we use quotation, because the only thing we have to decide is the price and the terms. But on the other hand, if I ask you to install CCTV camera, not just in this room, but install it in a 200 by 200 hectare estate or acre estate, would you be able to give me a quote? Definitely not. That is a multi-dimensional work. First of all, you will tell me the CCTVs that are suitable for day and the CCTVs that are suitable for night. You will tell me the ones that are good for outside in the dark and the ones that are good for inside. There is one that looks like a gun. That one can look down the road and it has very high visibility. You will recommend that for me for the place where I think thieves are likely to access my gate by, right? You will tell me the volume and the storage capacity. That's too much information for you to put in a simple quote. So I'll expect you to give me a proposal that will detail your competency, your team, the process and how you plan to carry out that work. Right. So that is why we have request for proposal. Now, invitation for bid is very much like request for proposal. The only difference is that invitation for bid is used in the public sector and public procurement are held to certain standards. For instance, you can't just send emails, you publish it in days, newspaper, you try to keep your family and your friends out of it. We know what happens, right? And then you are supposed to ensure that you abide by certain principles of transparent procurement, right? So this works mostly in government building process to be able to ensure that certain standards of transparent procurement are met, right? Now, there is also what we call non-competing form of procurement. And there are two ways to deal with procurement. The first way to deal with procurement is if there is no competing form. Most of us are very familiar with competing. Everybody gets an RFP, you respond, we pick, and then we bid. Right? But on the other hand, when it comes to non-competing, it's possible that two things happen. Number one, we have a sole source. A sole source is where there's only one person that produces that commodity in the market. Very good example would be during the time of the pandemic, if you wanted to take COVID-19 drug, you will either take it from AstraZeneca or Pfizer. You didn't have much choices. That's where there is a singular service provider producing that item. Right? That's a very good example of a sole source. You are not buying from the person because you want to buy. A good example is what NEPA used to be back then. Power holding company. I mean, just listen to the power holding company. They want to use power. They were the only people holding the power. So understandable. Thank you very much. I mean, it's always better when you put on your screen. It makes the interaction better. It makes me able to see and understand better what you're going through. All right. So I can see you, Madam Lade. Now, so next we go to single source. The difference between single source and sole source is that you have an option in single source. There's no one person. It's just that you picked a particular person on the basis of preference. A very good example will be the contract between Boeing and Boeing 747. Boeing, the company, and General Electric. General Electric manufactures engines for Boeing. Hope you know that. Huh? Rolls-Royce and General Electric are two of their very, very key strategic firms. Right? Now, so imagine what that contract would be. It's a single source. I've chosen to work with you. I've bound myself in a 10 to 15, 20 years contract that is reviewed at certain control points. So, but I'm basically not in the market looking for a new wife. I'm down with you, right? So that's a single source, right? So you decide not to look at the competition and you want to use them as what you call them strategic vendors. Now, another very important thing we need to consider is negotiation. If we were going to do, especially,
That's it's not that normal.
it's not, both of them are not competitive. If you are the only person in the market, it's not competitive. If there are three of you and they pick to lead you, it's still not competitive. Whatever they do, I'm not looking at people to do competitive. Right? And then we have again negotiation. If we're going to do competitive, one of the things we'll have to master are the principles of negotiation. There are three kinds of negotiation. I might not say it here, but you can see it there. Hard bargaining, soft bargaining, and principle bargaining. Soft bargaining is where you make yourself the doormat and you agree to everything for peace. Hard bargaining is when you bargain or you negotiate like Donald Trump. You don't care about the other person. You just want to kill everybody and walk out with the price. And the principle bargaining is somewhere in the middle that utilizes what you call sound principles of ensuring that there is a win-win, right? Under negotiation, we are expected to ensure that our goal in going into a negotiation is to emerge what we call a win-win, which is an agreement where both parties are satisfied. I don't go into a negotiation looking for my interest alone because the belief is that in the long run, we cannot sustain a relationship based on my interest alone. So I should be able to look at sustain the relationship. So your goal is win-win, or to develop and improve the relationship between buyers and suppliers, right? Okay, now a couple of strategies are used in negotiation. One is competition, which is where you let the seller know that there's another seller that's likely to provide you a better price, right? So that's it. And then deadline is what? Using fake deadline. This deal is on the table for only 24 hours. You don't get it in 24 hours. I'm signing it up to somebody. It's putting time pressure on someone, right? So that is another thing. To have competition, we have deadline. We have the bosses missing, right? When I say we have, what came to my mind was le pre lamande. We have le pre lamande. And a video shaker. Okay, we have the bosses missing. But what's the bosses missing? The bosses missing is a situation where we go into the negotiation pretending to be the boss. And when these people look at us and think we have the authority to make concessions, they make all their concessions, and then we make only minor concessions. When it comes to making the real big concessions, we say, this one I can't authorize it to. Let me refer it to my boss, and then that will take maybe 2 or 3 days, which gives you time to think and maneuver your way out of whatever situations that have been discussed, right? So these are all strategies. We want to be careful with this because a very good negotiation, no one has done 20, 25 years in negotiation. You want to use any of the simple things for you. And you want to be very careful. Another thing is when people sense that you are using tricks on them in negotiation, they become double insistent. Eh? I mean, we see this a lot of relationships, right? Especially on social media. There are people that give, and they believe give it their lifestyle until they find out that their partners are not really accepting this as a gift of love. It now becomes manipulation. And the moment a person senses manipulation, the person drops. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female. It happens with there are females that manipulate men for money, there are men that manipulate women for money. Either way, the moment a person senses manipulation, it's still the same thing with in the negotiation process. Okay. All right. And then control procurement is the managing procurement relationship. Right? We've been able to write contract. I want to ensure that you fulfill the terms of the contract. We have a contract running. I want to ensure that you are satisfied. We have a contract running. I want to ensure that there is sufficient contract management, sufficient contract administration, delivery, performance management, and correction of any issues that have been identified. identified. Right, that's very important. And then also as part of dealing with that is also what you call contract administration. And one of the parts of contract administration is making sure that the contract is implemented to the letter. And that means that you should what? You should know how to interpret contracts, because it can keep you in court and can keep you out of court depending on how you play your game, right? So be sensitive to what is there. If you are not a legal practitioner, it's always better to have someone that has at least understanding of procurement or the law in that area before you sign the contract. Some things you need to be sensitive to is that the contract will replace anything that was agreed upon before it was signed. So it doesn't matter what our verbal agreements are, if it wasn't in the contract, then it's not part of the contract. Number two, all items of the contract must be completed. If everything, dot every I, cross everything, no test is too small, no report is not wanted. Everything that's to be done should be done. Number three, you better spell out numbers and use numerical characters. Only banks have understood this. That's why after you finish writing number, they will tell you to write 5,000 naira only. I actually studied accounting, and I used to jokingly tell my friends then, okay, if they marry me now, I mean, I'll make us very rich. I'll just be adding 0,000 at the end of everything. Of course, it's just plain. Right? Now, what does that mean? 0,000 on 10 naira makes 100. Another 0 on 100 makes 1,000. Right? So I want to spell out numbers rather than just numerical characters. Number four, any agreement should want to understand these things very well, because they live in a world of duplicity, lies, and trickery. Any agreement to modify a contract should be agreed on and signed as an addendum. Right? So if you have a contract, don't just say it. Write it, put it in writing, and attach it as an addendum. Right? And then if changes are made, and we see this every time we have a manuscript and people have to write, what do we ask them to do? Sign on top of it. Banks take that rule very seriously. It's a rule that was transferred from contract, because it's very possible that that check you are writing becomes evidence in the court of law. Right? And then specific details, you want to be able to give very, very clear and very specific details on your requirements. If I wanted to buy a laptop and I say, get me a HP laptop, any HP laptop will do. But if I tell you the RAM size, the generation for i7, the SSD, if you did not meet those requirements, then I can hold you to account. So you want to be as specific as possible when putting out what the requirements in the contract. Contract administration, final slide, is going to be dealing with different kinds of organizational system. How the contracting department is organized. And there are two kinds, centralized and decentralized. For very big organizations like Julius Berger's, they tend to own centralized procurement. That is, they have an administrative head office. That administrative head office has a director of procurement. That director of procurement has procurement officers working under him. And when there is a contract running, he just assigns his procurement officer to different contracts. He creates and ensures that he enforces a standard. And when they are done, they return back to head office, right? That way, you will notice that what they have a career path, they have a job there. On the other hand, there's what you call decentralized contracting. There is no administrative head office. All the contracts, there's no procurement admin head office. All the contracts, all the projects have different project managers. The project managers have their own discretion, pick their own contract manager. There's no central standard that is unified and harmonizing. Everybody, you are on your own. After it's not a career type, it's a need type. After the contract ends, after the project ends, everybody to your tent to Israel. So these are basically the two kinds of procurement activities, which is what centralized and decentralized. So this brings us to the end of procurement management, right? So, folks, would we have any questions on procurement? Questions. Now, resource management. Now, if I get this guy as a resource, if I get this guy as a resource, I'm talking about hiring him, acquiring him, reading his CV, integrating him into the system, onboarding him, training him, using him to work, performance evaluation. These are management of the life cycle of the state, not his contracts. Procurement, on the other hand, we deal with the terms of the contract I use to get him to work for me and how I administer or manage the contract rather than him. And we'll do resource next. All right, so let's go have lunch. I've already kept you pretty long. Let's do our lunch. This is, if you notice, I've stopped writing on that white sheet, and that's because these ones are more conversational than those. Cost and schedule and policy are very heavyweight. Tend to be heavyweight matters, and it's not something you gist about. It's something that someone is teaching and the other person is learning. Do you understand? But these ones are more interactive and more. So let's go and let's do resource management. And we will come back in about 50. Okay, let's come back by 11:45. 11:45 we'll be back, and then we'll touch resource management. Thank you very much, Madam Ladi. 11:45, right? I'm looking forward to seeing you back. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Welcome back. First things first, please confirm to me, madam, that you can see my screen. Because sometimes you cannot see the screen. Hello, ma, can you see my screen? Hello, ma, can you see my screen? No, she can't. I don't think she can. She can't. She logged out. Hello, I can't hear you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen, sir.
Okay. So
Thank you.
welcome back, ma'am. Let's get into resource management. Now, resource management is the management of resources. Even though we use contracts to procure, we will still have the resources and we'll manage them. And then there are basically three kinds of resources: human resources, material resources, some people call it equipment, some people call it cost resources. Project calls it cost resources. Now we will go through a process. We have 6 processes. We will plan resource management. We would then estimate activity resources. In other words, we will define what our resource requirements are, and then we will acquire resources. Don't forget, a schedule we have created an activity. It's on top of that activity is that we created cost next to it, right? It's also based on that activity list that we created the resources to conduct all the activities. Do you remember that? Beautiful. So we will now estimate activity resources, acquire the resources, develop team, manage team, and control resources. So the first thing we want to do is plan resources. Again, policies, procedures, documentation, systems, software, tools, techniques, methodologies, framework, high levels that enable you to be able to deal with the end-to-end resource management, which would include planning, hiring, training, developing, performance management. Right, so you're going to determine how you will manage resources, whether you're going to handle performance management, what will be your control point, what will be your change requests if things do not go wrong. Enterprise environmental factors and process assets and process assets to respect. For instance, industry laws, hiring laws, local content laws, minimum wage back for every industry, right? Industry standards for payments, all of these are things you want to pay attention to and respect. Now, there is a very important tool, basically 3 very important tools we use in planning resource. The first is what you call RAM chart, responsibility assignment matrix. It's also called Rakai chart, responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. The goal of using the RAM chart and the Rakai chart is to link activities to the people that are responsible for carrying out those activities. And you will notice that there are different levels of responsibility. There is a responsible person, which is the person who does the work. There is the accountable person, which is the person that takes the decision and is ultimately responsible for whether the work is performed or not. There is a consultant person who is usually accessed for expert information concerning how the work should be done. And then there are the people that are informed, or the people you need to carry along as stakeholders. Well, just the RACI. The rule, one very important rule of RACI is that every activity is limited to only one accountable. You can't have more than one accountable person on any function. And at the minimum, they should be responsible and accountable anyway. So there has to be somebody to do the work, and there has to be somebody to check the work. And then we have organizational chart. In project management, we generally call it OBS, and it is just a set of boxes and arrows that shows hierarchically reporting relationship and levels of authority. Road charts or rank charts, organizational charts do not tell who does what work. They show roles and reporting relationship, but they do not tell who does what work. What performs that function? Rank charts. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? And then thirdly, we have what? So we have a resource management plan that will carry the resources, how we acquire roles and responsibilities, industry laws, industry norms, and also highlights things like responsibility, competence, and so on and so forth, how we will train, how we develop the team, and so on and so forth. Also very important, I will pay attention to what we call a team charter. That's the third thing. What's a team charter? Now, in a normal relationship between two people that tell themselves, I love you, and courted for 6 months or 1 year, the first 4 years of marriage still is one of the most tumultuous stages in marriage. Children, when you survive that first 4 years, then we can now be talking about forever. You see what? I'm not saying my marriage is not tumultuous. I had an extremely good background. My marriage is not tumultuous. But my point is this: generally, statistics show that the first 4 years are people that did at least a minimum of 6 months, and they tell themselves, I love you. What if when you put together a team of 50 people, different backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, religious backgrounds, economic backgrounds, educational backgrounds, experience background, different, right? Very important to have a unified document. That unified document that outlines values, agreement, decision-making processes, team agreement, communication guidelines, behavioral norms, behavioral codes, how we resolve conflict. That document that outlines the values, acceptable behavior standards, and how we are going to resolve issues is what we call a team charter. We use a team charter to create an agreement between the team that this is how we're going to behave. And usually when there's a new introduction into the team, we want to be able to update the team charter to include the requirements of the new guy. Does that make sense? Now, the second process 2, is to estimate activity resources. For every activity we have on that list, there is going to be resources that will be needed to run it. It could be a human being, it could be cement, which will be material resources, it could be a particular equipment like a block molder, right? Either we want to be able to confirm that the resources are available and obtain permission to be able to acquire them, right? Now, acquisition of resources can go 2 ways. If it's for non-human resources, which is material, anything that is non-human, usually we go into the material of the equipment market and buy it or use certain kinds of contracts to obtain them. But on the other hand, if it's human resources, we use what we call the recruitment process to get them, right? So yes, acquisition is where we go out to be able to source materials, equipment, supplies, and team members for the performance of the project. We are going to be involved in oftentimes prioritization, qualification, ranking, decision making. And this is the first part after we pick these people before we can be able to assign them to specific activities where they're expected to perform their work. So at this point, you're going to be seeing what we call resource assignment. We're assigning this resource to this particular activity. Now we come to stages of team development, a very big thing. Why is it very big? Big because if a team this is actually the make or break factor for most teams. Right? You can't be a good leader if you don't understand this process or at least how to navigate this. The first aspect in team development, phase is the stage of forming. Forming is the part where the project manager assembles or puts the team together. They don't know themselves. And the separation or the differences in their backgrounds is very apparent. We came to a new job. All of us are excited, but we're also worried and apprehensive, right? I don't know what's your full name, please? Dowalemi. So, do you have any prefix in the name? I'm likely going to be addressing Temitope as Chief Dr. Temitope Dowalemi, Esquire at the end. Those prefix are shocking because we are not friends. We are colleagues. And I'm very subject. I know that we are independent entities in our rights, and I'm trying to respect his individuality, trying to respect my individuality, what we call forming. And then we get to the stage of storming. Eventually, our individuality and our differences will show in the project. And it will show in a lot of ways. Number one, his management style might be different from mine. His work patterns might be different from mine. His communication style might not be the way I communicate. We might be competing for the same resources, right? Either of these can cause what? Storming. Now, if you remember, I stressed the development of the team charter. The team charter is one of the key documents that the project manager, the team charter, as well as his own personal skills, and some of the documents that the project manager should be able to use to intervene and navigate the stage of storming. Because now it's going to be sarcastic, but people are all having conflict with one another. If we navigate this stage very well, we come to the stage of storming. Are you recording? Are you recording? Are you recording? Because we come to the stage of numbing. Now, at the stage of numbing, we have seen enough of ourselves and have sufficient experience enough to know what offends the other and reach certain levels of agreement that reduces conflict. At that point, we begin to form relationships and become friends, right? And you will notice that numbing precedes this. I don't have to call Tope by his full name, prefix and suffix and all the titles. Now I can call him Topesi, and then he greets me those ways. And because we are now cool. You get so that's numbing, and you will notice that numbing precedes performing. Why? Really, truth be told, if you don't respect your team members, you are not even going to perform anything. Your performance will be mediocre. Even if you're a very talented guy and you're working with a team you don't respect, you won't give your best. If you don't like your team, you won't give your best. Right? So in this case, you find yourself wanting to ensure that what we know, and then we can be able to see the best of what tax delivery. So now there's going to be openness, sharing of information, right? Necessary information, and what assisting, helping one another through the process. At the end of the process, yeah, you have a question.
It's not the same thing.
No,
It's not already working together.
mm-hmm.
The performance is already working together. So these are different that performing already.
But when it's not tax directed, normally it's more relationship oriented. So normally it's a relationship oriented phase. Performing might overlap with norming, but it's a more tax oriented phase. Okay, and then our journey is where the project comes to an end and everyone has to go. Right? Projects usually in project management, generally project teams are dissolved after project. The third process, number 3, is to develop team. When we say we want to develop team, there are 3 things we're looking at. Number 1, improving competency, which is your ability to do the work. How do we improve it? Training, development programs, seminars, instructions, manuals, hands-on training, lessons learned. All of these are ways we can be able to what? Educate, teach, train. Second thing you want to improve is what you call what? Team interaction. How do you do that? Bonding sessions, retreats, gamification, what we call playing games. Let's have fun. We see this a lot of times in sport. And then number 3 would be what? Improving what? Or optimizing the work environment. Right? We have competency, we have team interaction, and then the work environment. What do we mean by work environment? It doesn't matter how smart you are. If I switch off the lights, you can't work. If there's no internet, you can't work. Bad laptop, you can't work. Uncomfortable seat, you can't work very well. So the work environment should be what? Shaped, developed in a way to what? Optimize team performance. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, great. So competencies, interaction, and what? Team environment. Right. So these are all stages of team development. Now we come to what? Managing team. Now, when we say we want to manage team, right, beyond development, one of the reasons why you develop, right, in the oil and gas sector, you enter a lot of trainings, HSC trainings before you start voice training, and what's training, the ability to swim and deal with a lot of changing circumstances or factors in the project environment and survival skills, right? Now, why, when we done beyond that, we now want to move them towards managed team. And when we speak of managed team, what we are saying is that we are now deploying team to site. Their goal and their objective, their function is to be able to create the product that that project was intended to create. So at that point, the project manager is not just managing the performance of the work, he's managing relationships as well as the performance of the work. He's giving instruction, direction, receiving feedback, passing on what, further what, information, training, learning, directing, changing, communicating, resolving conflicts and issues. This is the most active aspect in this whole game plan. But one of the very important things we would also need to learn is what we call conflict management, where there are disagreements between members of a team or team members in a project that we want to be able to resolve conflict. It's very important to understand that conflict is natural. People will experience situations of conflict. What matters is how well we can be able to handle or manage conflict. And some of the things we should take into consideration when managing conflict. Conflict is natural, searches for the forces also search for what? Alternatives. Secondly, it's a team issue. Thirdly, it's always better to be open because that would work to resolve conflict. Fourthly, you don't want to focus on personality. Focusing on the personality of the people involved does not solve the problem. Focus on the issue. You can keep the issue, you can't keep the person's personality. Give you an example. Case becomes late to work our project site. He hosts it to a very important aspect. And then I conclude that since Kingsley is from Edo State, Kingsley is a very lazy guy. Because all Edo people are lazy. Because I'm not true, right? Because all Edo people are lazy. I conclude Kingsley is a very lazy guy. The moment I make that decision, I close my mind to every possibility of what might be affecting Kingsley. But if I decide not to focus on his personality and I decide to focus on the issue which is coming late, and I question Kingsley, not Kingsley, that kind of stuff. Why? My brother, I'm sorry. It's not that I want to come late. But my wife went to travel to Canada since last year. We have 3 children, and I have to get them to school. That kiss is so important to the role. Then we can decide to the parts where he's needed, we can reassign it, therefore remove the burden of coming very early for you. Or hire paying you, okay, see, we're approving 70K every month for you to be able to get a nanny to be able to take care of the children and get them off to school. Have we solved the problem? Yes. But I had to begin by deciding not to consider like this from the kids. Right? So you don't focus on the person, you also don't focus on the past. Doesn't matter whether kids locked you out of the office in 2005. Right? It's not relevant to the situation at hand. Right? So then
Sorry, on that, if there are among the team has repeated
pattern
and that been traced to one person, there's a likelihood that we trace it to a personal that actually the cause of the problem.
Yeah. In the other words, we're still saying that it's not a very good approach. You have to deal with issues. Now, of course, there are times when people don't want to work with somebody again because even in attempts to deal with issues, people are persistent in what they want to do. And in that case, it's also a situation where the person is not well fitted to the project, the person has to go. Right? So all of these situations exist, but you can't begin your conflict management solution by focusing on personality or assuming it's a personality, right? Okay, now next, some things that affect conflict. There are a lot of strategies to deal with conflict, and it's not there. None of them is good, and none of them is bad. I think it's knowing which one to use, right? Now, but however, there are some that are very, very effective for long-term resolution. There are some that fixes the problem, and doesn't care about tomorrow. So the time pressure for resolving the conflict should be taken into consideration. Conflict will resolve now. And then positions taken. You want to be able to understand the positions, the positional factors affecting your conflict. I want you to also remember that positional arguments are some of the toughest arguments. Huh? Male versus female, feminist or not. Arsenal versus Chelsea, APC versus LP. Right? When people take positions, common sense gets suspended. And they become emotionally invested in the positions that they are taking. That's why most of you that went to watch a film with your girlfriends came out not dating the baby, because people fought on their way out. But Acrimony was one of the films that challenged positions. People's predispositions, their positions about what a relationship should do. Right? Okay. So we will consider position and then the motivation to resolve conflict in long term or short term. If you have to resolve, I don't recommend it. I think it's a very bad practice that doesn't speak very well of the person's character. But you can shout at an Uber driver and get away with it. For heaven's sake, if you give the same treatment to your wife. Do you understand what I'm saying? You just notice that you will want to spend more time in the office than at home because she knows just the right things to do to make your house not comfortable. Right? So you see, you are motivated to what? Solve it properly when it's your family, when it's your home. But the motivation is, of course, lower when you're dealing with people that you meet only once in your life. Right? Now, there are strategies, like I said, it depends on the level of this factor. First is what? Withdraw or avoid. Let me give an example. What's your favorite food, Chrissy? Rice. Okay. And then what's your favorite food? Fried yam. Okay. Now, we say what fried yam.
Okay.
What did you say? Do I what? Oh, really? Okay, what's the next thing? Okay, let's say fried yam and then rice. Now, imagine that we're in a situation where we can only serve one food. And you should tell us what food we serve on the project. Of course, you want us to serve that, and you want us to serve fried yam. And we can't serve both. Conflict situation. How do we resolve it? Withdraw or avoid is where people are finished fighting, and then I say, people will never agree when it comes to food. Since what is causing us the problem is food, let us now say we will not serve food. So you've removed the something, right? You avoided the situation. Number two, smoothing and accommodating. And let us assume that Kingsley is a very Kingsley went to one of those street schools that had plenty courts. So he's a grandma. If you go to all those schools, you will know how to shine eye. Even if you're not cultist, you know how to shine eye. You're like, what nonsense, eh? Why will we be eating fried yam in our office space? Generally, one would expect that the other person would usually have a 10 minutes and then I'm not ready for this. That would be accommodating or withdrawing. So when you now agree so that you can be able to what? Minimize conflict. On the other hand, Kingsley is using, why this guy is going to be accommodating? Kingsley is using force and direct to impose his will on him. That's the opposite side of accommodating with force and direct. Force and direct, however, can be from the third party. The boss can say, well, why are you wasting time at food? In fact, if I'm going to be taking garri and sugar, and he has imposed it. Once you get an imposition of the will, right, it becomes force and direct. There's compromise. Compromise is what? Taking positions that doesn't totally satisfy either one. At least you can see that you're trying to satisfy. So Monday we eat your food, Tuesday we eat his food, Wednesday we eat your food. So either one of you gets dissatisfied at least once in a week. at least once every other day. Does that make sense? There's a good example of compromise. And then we have collaborative, which is where we get to sit down and incorporate individual viewpoints and insight from different perspectives. We sit down and we talk about why Kingsley doesn't want to eat his food, and we talk about why you don't want to eat rice. Over time, we can look at it and we can be able to realize that Kingsley is not trying to slight you, but Kingsley has, in spite of the way he comes off as aggressive, but Kingsley cannot put his hand on fried yam because he's allergic to fried yam. In that kind of situation, there is now new information and new understanding. And trust me, people would often resolve that issue better with more understanding and have better consensus. Right? And then there's problem solving and confronting and problem solving. In that case, what we are doing is that we are looking for what? Solving the problem, examining alternatives, give or take, and open dialogue. A lot of times, what this does is that it helps us to be able to find a lasting solution. So if you and you don't like the same food, if there a food you guys like, for instance, the discussions can go that way. We try what other alternatives, and there are things we can try that you like, and then we come and discover that both of you like beans and bread. Great. So we don't need to fight over those food. We can now sell beans and bread as the better or the problem solving alternative. Now, another thing we want to take into cognizance is decision making. As a project manager, you'll be expected to take decisions, right? And that means you need to be able to know how to do certain things. Number one, understand environmental factors, including organizational process. If there is a decision-making process, follow it. So we have decision trees, we have multi-criteria decision analysis, which establishes a process for taking decisions. Follow it, right? Study environmental factors, focus on the goals to be served, analyze available information concerning the decisions, stimulate creativity using tools like brainstorming, mind mapping, discussions, and then what? Ensure you account for risk. Another skill, now what we're dealing with here is one of the most important skills that the project manager is expected to have in execution phase, which is what? Interpersonal skills. Decision making is, well, not necessarily interpersonal. Emotional intelligence, influencing ability to communicate, persuade, and active and effective listening skills are interpersonal. Emotional intelligence is, well, basically your ability to get your goal, achieve your goal with the right level of discipline and the right level of action that doesn't upset you or upset the other person in achieving your goals. If you cannot achieve your goals because you're thinking of hurting someone else, you're not emotionally intelligent, you're just emotional, not emotionally intelligent. I can't get my goal, I'm afraid to go to person, or I don't want to fail. It's not emotionally intelligent. So when people push you, and you start crying, it's not emotional intelligence, you're just weak. Yes, what they call assertiveness. Assertiveness without being aggressive is part of emotional intelligence. You want to be able to know how you can be able to achieve your goals, right? And do the right thing in a way that is in harmony with your environment without unnecessarily upsetting the environment. It doesn't mean that someone constantly stepping on your toes constantly, you don't tell the person, hey, I draw the line here. So think of it this way. If I was be forced to stay in a situation that compromises my mental health, my ability to say no is actually evidence of emotional intelligence. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. And then we have, of course, influencing, which is what? Now, influencing is very important in project management, often because you don't, a lot of times you're going to be working with people that are not really directly reporting to you. They've been assigned by functional managers to help you get the job done. So they're not the person writing their organizational performance appraisal in a matrix system. So you need to be able to know how to use what intelligent ways of work, persuasion, which is influencing without resorting to force. As a project manager, it's very important that you should know the stages of the life cycle of a team. Project management life cycle, of what you are likely to focus on. Now, at the early stages of the project, we assume that the team does not know anything. The project manager is directing. He's telling you your rules. He's giving you job description. It's telling you where to go and where you should not go to. If you go to a place like Port on the project, likely one of the things they will give you orientation about Port Harcourt, because Port Harcourt can be a pretty rough place. School is University of Port Harcourt. The year I entered the school, someone's head was hung on the gate of a month. That's the year I got into school. And so it cultivates certain areas of the city, right? So you want to know where you go and where you don't go to. Leo Kim put it in a very good. Leo Kim has the perfect word for it, right? In lighters of Leo Kim said, "Let me give you a walkthrough. Let me show you where you go and where you don't go. What's not safe to go to, right? That's giving directions, right? You are informing on tax, you are informing on what is proper, and so on and so forth. That's the early stage. Now, as the project gathers momentum, which is phase 2, we are beginning to encounter the difficult part. What is it to coaching? Right? We are beginning to enter into what? The more difficult, the more challenging, the more complex part. And the project manager becomes more of an educator, a coach, right? And then when significant work is complete, then everyone should what? Start submitting their deliverables. Then we find ourselves handling what we call facilitation. Okay, please turn your deliverables. Okay, this did not go well. I correct it. Pass it through this. Submit it through this way. Let's gather. What was the lessons you learned? Let us share. Facilitation happens when significant work is completed. And then ultimately, during the closing stage, you are supporting. Supporting because when people lose their job, when people come to the end of the project, they lose 3 things. Three things. It's not project management, it's just my personal experience. First thing they lose is their work or their source of income. That's the first thing people lose when they leave the job. The second thing they lose is their routine. There were a lot of us that doing youth service. What we were afraid of was not the loss of the money, it was the loss of that routine, that sense of purpose of being able to stand up, take your back, and go to somewhere to work. That is what? Loss of what? Your normal process and your routine. Something people lose is relationship. And if you really look at it, all of these are emotional components. That is why the project manager is expected to help make the support, provide what support, so that people can close properly, so that people can still feel hope in being exited away from the system. Next thing we want to talk about is power types. 5 power types in project management that you will have to use. The first power type is formal power. Formal power is one we are very familiar with, right? It is what? Legitimate. A lot of times there is a document that captures, that bestows the formal authority on someone. About a week we passed on recently. Yesterday, I removed was made the chairman of Asset. How many of you? It's now back to chairmanship. The former is back again. Now, what does that say? Really, there are going to be certain things that describes the powers of the chairman in the article and the memorandum of association. For the president and the Senate president and the House of Reps, it is captured in the Constitution. A lot of times, formal power is captured in some sort of document or some sort of formal agreement, whether it is written or not. But the problem with formal power is that it can be abused. Do this. It tells me, I don't understand. How do I do it? Why do I do this? Because I told you to do it. I'm already abusing the formal power. Another thing is that if the person leaves the seat, he doesn't have the authority of the power anymore. And sometimes we look at it from the office of the PMP. But let's take the office of the PMP. Let's now look at even the senior prefect, which is a formal power. The moment he comes out, the people he has finished oppressing inside school, they will beat Shaggy out of him. Why? The power is not there again for those 8 hours outside school, right? And we have reward power, which is, of course, the power of the project manager to assign positive consequences for doing the right thing. It's one of the best, if not the best power. Penalty power is the worst power to think of using. The power of the project manager to assign what undesirable or negative consequences to a team member because he's not satisfied with what the team member did. And we have expert power, which is a very good power for a project manager to use. It's the power of the project manager that comes to him because he knows the job. So when someone knows what he's doing, generally the person tends to be respected. And that respect comes from what being an expert. You see, people don't want to take certain decisions because they are waiting for you to come. See, people don't wanting to, a lot of people give ideas and they say, I want to trust him, I want to go with his own. Why? Because they feel that you have better understanding of the process. That is what expert power. And then there's referent power. Referent power is also a very cool power, the power of your personality. And it's often the respect that people have for you. Because I respect my boss. I didn't see. When I was young, I was very, very, I could easily tell you what was in my mind and very quick to get into fights. Right. So I once had a situation where I had an altercation with a friend and we were taking it out, taking it out. And then I think there was a lecturer that was passing. I was in school then. The lecturer that was passing. And the lecturer said, the lecturer does not have formal power. In other words, even forget the fact that we're in off camp or when camp was not in class. Even if I did not obey him, I was in management sciences, it was in social sciences. He was not in control over my actions, right? But the moment this guy comes and then says, we should stop. People are too old. And then I calm down. My mates have been there. They calm down, calm down. No when they drag you out, you want to go meet the person again. Drag the person like to meet the person again, right? But somebody did not even use, did not even just calm down. Better than this. And you respected it. Why? Referent power. Very good example of what? Referent power. Presence, attitude, it usually comes from respect. Not even because the person can do anything to you. The person says jump. Your answer is not why. Your answer is how high should I jump? Okay. All right. And so those are the 5 types. And then there are also other types of power types that is used in what? HRO terms. HRO terms. And then things you want to get familiar with. One of them is what? Power types 2. First is what? Attitude power. Attitude power is the power of having a negotiator or a mediator, someone that can act as an agent or a go-between between the two parties, prevents either party from taking the negotiations personally. Right? Divorces will be a lot more acrimonious if the lawyers of the parties were not there to negotiate. A lot of the time, the parties don't talk to themselves during the divorce. They communicate to their lawyers, and the lawyers communicate to the lawyers, bringing the parties in only when it's absolutely necessary. That's attitude power. Competition power, which is where you know that there is what a second person that can what handle the role and step in for someone. What it does is that it increases what one's level of what involvement and commitment and tendency to perform on the job. That's competition. And then there is investment power. Personally, this is actually a great power, but it has a flaw. Investment power can be abused in the hand of a wicked and unscrupulous person. Let me give you a very good example of investment power. Investment power is a situation where you delay key decisions so that people have invested time, resources, energy, and then you let them know the information they need to know. And then they cannot be within because they invested too much. You ask any woman that is a victim of abuse, I'm using women rather than men because a lot of times men can run away. The society is very, very forgiving to men. Yeah? We are often allowed to get away with things, even when things we're not supposed to get away with. Right? So these are women. Now, a lot of times, if you listen to abusive women that have gone through abuse, and then you ask them why are you working? What would they tell you? I've done this thing for years now. Where will I go to? Children, they're all coming up. But that's an example of investment power. And then look at the other one, delayed key decision. Conclusion did not slap out the first girl to get. There are women that have stayed with abusive men and you lay their hands on them for the first 5 years, but the 5th year onwards, they start as well. So there's a hiding of the character. In fact, she would even be telling you that, no, he has changed. He was a very sweet person. No, he did not change. Right? That is an example of investment power. And then we have a commitment power. Commitment power is using what strategic alliances to be able to deal with. How many of you also watch the burial ceremony? Not the burial, but the night. The night of the that if you want to listen, what you hear is the power you will hear at work mostly was commitment power, alliances, relationship, to be able to counter the negatives. It's like we want to have someone to speak in the favor, familiar places. That's a very good example of commitment power. You use what? Alliances and strategic alliances and partnerships to tackle challenges to the project as they occur. Very good example also of commitment power is Nigeria political system. Very complexity of Nigeria geopolitical we tends to pick a president from one region and go to this far extreme region, pick a vice president. Our presidential campaign teams seem to be a cluster of all this, and it's a deliberate effort so that you have someone speaking on your behalf if challenges should occur. And then we have benefit types. There are two kinds of benefits. The first is fringe, and the second is perks. Fringe benefits are available to everyone as long as you're a member of the team. Your HMO, the amount that the company will pay as part of your retirement benefit, free food that everybody gets to eat during break time if the organization provides that. All of these are fringe benefits. They are not withheld, they are not tied to anybody's performance. But on the other hand, it's also very possible that we have perks. Perks are more performance-oriented reward systems. They have benefits offered on the basis of what? Being on a certain project or doing a certain activity. So if you perform very well, you get certain kinds of reward. Perks. So fringe is not tied to any good thing you have done, right? And it's available to everybody. Perks, on the other hand, is what? Not available to everybody and can often ties to what? Performance and can be used to motivate someone. All right. Now, we have what? Other HR terms we want to take into mind is what? A halo theory and the expectancy theory. We're in the second to last slide. Halo theory and the expectancy theory. Now let's describe the halo theory. In the halo theory, so look at, imagine we have this is the logistics department of the company, and we have 50 drivers. We have a particular driver, his name is Jerry. Jerry comes to work with starched clothes, office uniform, starched, very well ironed, his shoes, very polished, his hair, always cut properly, his fingernails well trimmed, and the way he handles his personal grooming is the same level of discipline he brings into the car. He always cleans the car. All of us know those kind of people. Meticulous, he opens something, changes the oil, everything. We agree that Jerry is a very good driver. 10 years, he hasn't gotten a scratch. Jerry is an excellent driver, right? Does that mean Jerry should become the head of the drivers? Not automatically. So why would you say Jerry should not become head of? He should be the best driver. Why shouldn't he be the head of the drivers? Beautiful. Beautiful. That's it, right? He just said that being the head of the drivers is not just operational or technical. You will now be involved with what? People. managing people, communicating, motivating, leading, directing, emotional intelligence, communicating, right? And that Jerry might not be cut out for all of that. So we don't just promote you based on sterling qualities you had in the previous role. The expectancy theory states that what? Employees will work a great deal when they expect something. And if what they expect doesn't happen, or one day they discover that what they're expecting is not the reward that is attached for the work they are doing, you are likely to see what? A withdrawal or a land because it's due to their own disappointment and they're not going to get what they expect. Right? How do we handle this? We handle this by being forthright, forthcoming from the get-go. Let them know what they will get and what they will not get. Right? I once worked in an organization where that they had a very excellent way of handling expectation theory. In my offer letter, they said that you might be called to perform any projects based on the discretion of the management, unless it's expressly stated, the salary is the same, irrespective of. So if you are going to get anything different from the salary, we will communicate to you, right? That's it's very important to deal with expectations. When expectations are broken, we see, first of all, the emotional cost of broken expectations can be very heavy. So a guy takes a girl that he loves to the university. And he shows her year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. He himself has not even gotten a degree, but he has a shop in Alaba. And he's hoping that when Auntie finishes, she will come and become his accountant. Let her do accounting so that she finishes. And then she becomes what? His accountant in the shop so that he has an organized system. But he's working only on expectation because in year 3, Auntie says it's not just like me. I know I'm supposed to love you, but it's not just happening. And then she runs out in 2 days. What do you do? Right? So that is what? Expectation that was not what? Properly managed. Even for what? Guys, we also, sisters, we also make the same mistake. Then in relationship, people have just started. You now do 5, 6 years, you are in, you are washing his clothes, you are cleaning his house, you are, all his friends and his family have started calling you our wife. But you've not defined it, right? Expectation again, and you can see that in both cases, the emotional, I want to use the word, the emotional blowouts of such situations are often bigger than you thought. This is the kind of thing that makes people will go and kill them and kill the partners because they invested too much and their disappointment was more than they could deal with. So it's always better to handle expectations up front. And then ultimately we come to what? Control resources. You've planned for your resources. You've estimated your resource need. What resources you need, in what quantity, for what task. You've done resource assignment. You've acquired the resources. You've utilized the resources. Eventually, you need to look at your scorecard and see if the resource utilization and the effectiveness of what resource application is according to what you plan. If it is not, you want to be able to do a little bit of variance analysis and ensure that you correct, right? Take corrective actions where necessary. So before we touch, our exercise today is going to be a rank chart. We are going to create a rank chart. Before we do that, let us deal with this exercise, this question. So you're a project manager on a headquarter remodeling project. You are in the process of creating resource requirements. What do you need to reference to complete this document? A, the resource management plan. B, performance assessment. C, working agreement. D, work breakdown structure. resources requirements, what document are you likely to use to enable the creation of resource requirements? Why are you smiling?
Can you? Two answers are, high in me.
Okay, so
So
let's
can
see.
you take? You said I should say.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm thinking about the resource management plan and the working agreements.
Okay, so which one do you go
So
for?
working agreements.
Okay. All right, any other person? Working agreement. You working agreement. The output. Okay. Resource management plan is actually the input is the output of plan resources. The next stage, we are what? Defining resource requirement. So if we are looking at the resource management plan to be able to know the resource requirements. So it's not really working agreement. It is more of what the resource management plan. Number two, the project manager.
I beg to, excuse me, please.
Yes,
I'm just wondering because for me, I'll be thinking a resource management plan comes up after you already know the resources that you need. That's when you'll be able to plan it.
Think of resource management plan as the first thing that gives you an overview of the whole process. So what you are saying is, okay, so these are uncommon. These are some of the resource standards or frameworks we're going to use to acquire resources. But you might not have defined to the detail of how many resources we need, the kind of resources we need, and how many we need. That is where you are feeding what resource requirement, which is of course more detailed.
So basically the plan resource management, but the resource management plan. So basically at the end of everything you've done in resource management, you have the resource management plan.
Yes, you should have a resource management plan. No, it's actually the starting point.
What's the detail after you've done it?
Next thing is to estimate resources. We'll know the resources you're going to use. This creating resource requirements is actually where you're defining the details of the resource you want to work with. But the resource management plan has created the overview of how you are going to find those resources. I'm coming. Can someone take over that process? Take over the exercise. Okay. I'll run the answers when I come.
So I think the first one is D.
No, the first one is D.
The answer.
Okay, so my age here.
Oh, this one is A.
Yes.
Okay. So the project manager has created the resource manager plan and is getting ready to start the project soon. Resumes have been reviewed and some people have been interviewed. The lead candidate for the technical architecture position has been offered a position. In what process is project manager involved? Hiring and interviewing, develop, estimate, acquire. Okay, that should be acquired. Develop team should come after. Is there any other? Eh? No, I just wanted to check. Okay. I think yeah. Well, is this a process? Acquire resources, not a process. I think it's developed. Those processes, sorry, let me just go back. I'm sorry. Where are those processes? Where are those processes? This is one, storming.
Yeah, I also like the HR that is one estimate activity sources.
What process?
So we must have done that for instance. Acquire resources, that's their work to acquire.
So we are this, but there's no developed team. I don't understand this.
So there's developed team, I mean,
As a
developed team
process.
is part of develop,
The process of installing the forming normally from the part of the process of development.
Oh, okay, then, yeah, then it's the, what are they? Have you aligned?
I'm sorry, what's the decision of the House?
Developed team.
Yeah, I align.
The answers, let's just. So, Martin, during the plan resource management process of CAL project, the project management is creating a responsibility assignment matrix. What benefit does this provide the team? A, the team will know.
Please, I can't see the number 3.
You can't see it.
I think that's a little.
Okay, I've seen it. Don't worry.
Let me go by question. During the plan resource management process of a critical project, the project management team is creating a responsibility assignment matrix. What benefit does this provide for the team? First one, the team will know who is responsible for what work. The team will know who does what work and when they are to do it. The team will know location in which work is performed. The team will know the sequence in which the work, in which the resources are to perform the activities. So Richie, very tired, what because so who's responsible is A.
Z or D.
Doesn't tell when they are to do it.
No, it's
That's
A.
the
It just says
RRA.
responsible, accountable,
Accountable.
consulted and informed. So I think A is the right answer. Right?
What did you choose, A or B? Okay, so what's number 2 answer? He said developed. Now, number 4, the project manager is in the executive phase of a financial regulatory project. Which of the following is the project manager most likely to use to stay updated on the project? A, personnel management, to stay updated. Okay, personnel management. B, tap, personal and team skills. C, organizational process asset. D, change request. Is in the execution phase. It started. Which of the following is the project manager most likely to use?
So did you run into problems? The project one was what? Let's go back.
Okay.
The project manager created resource management plan. That's acquire resources. We get it.
We choose B.
B generally developing. Developing concept is competence, building competence, team interaction, and improving the overall work environment. Acquire resources is the one where I said if it's material resources, you put to the material markets. And if it's human resource, you use the regular recruitment process. Do you remember when I said that?
Okay, but I thought the person says you are being as a requirement.
It's acquire resources.
The resource can be human or material.
Yes.
Sometimes the project manager too might involve in acquiring
Resources, yes. Very possible the project managers involved in acquiring resources. Go down. So during plan resource process of the critical project management team is creating a RAM chart. What benefits does it provide for the team? It makes sense. It has nothing to do with when they are to do it. Ignore that. But 4, the project manager is in the execution phase of the financial regulatory project. Which of the following is he likely to use to stay updated on the project? What did it say? D. B. D.
Stay updated.
I stay updated with change requests. Change requests are things that are failures that have happened themselves that you want to change. It's coming after the fact. It's too deadly to use this. Well, B? B?
Yeah, to stay updated. That means communication.
Beautiful. Beautiful. The answer. Communicating. And that's why I noticed I said that interpersonal skill is a big deal. Your ability to communicate, your ability to pursue, your ability to listen, emotional intelligence, decision making, motivation, influencing are all very key. You're a project manager in a global mapping project. You are having issues with your team and conflict. You rather identify a document that can provide guidance on how you can work together, the values, working agreement, right, and anything that can maximize what chemistry and output. What document do you do? Team charter. That's it. We spoke about the team charter. That brings us to the end of this. Now let's do this exercise, which is a RAM chart. So we have what? Now this is a RAM chart, and I am going to take this off so that you would have to create this from the ground up. Now, this is going to be the responsibilities. You put down responsibilities, who would undertake what responsibilities on the project. Right, so of course you can see resources, and you can see you're going to put the task here or the deliverables. You're going to write that down for moving to a new apartment, and you're going to put down the resource names at the top, and then right here you would what? Identify whether they're responsible, whether they're accountable, whether they're consulted, or they're informed, right? So you're going to match tasks to what? The responsible persons on this is the individuals with resources, and these are the things to do for moving to a new apartment. Responsible, accountable, consulted, informed per task. Don't forget, accountable must be one person. Responsible can be several people. For instance, I can ask all of you to do something. But if I'm the one accountable, it still means that it's accountable for all of you performing the work, right? And also, at a minimum, a task must have responsible person and an accountable person. So let's do this. Let's do this.
So I got to do activity here.
Yes, you're going to do this activity down.
And up there, my
This
just
horizontally will be the
the
rules.
individual just like
Individual
lawyers.
name or titles, anyone will work. But it's always better to use titles because it's easy to trace titles to the activity. So let's do this.
Yeah. Any activity, I would be.
I think like that is identify different. Okay, yeah, I do it.
Is that everything? I think they removed.
Right, so that you know what to take.
Let's put it back. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Identify. I used to remember. Rotation. What's the next one?
Something about it. Something about it.
Review new location. Let me see what is that here. Okay, make payments. Hmm?
Getting the logistics.
Determine the repairs needed, fix plumbing. Can we add different rules? Ask him.
I think those ones are after.
Huh?
Those ones are after.
After moving?
Those ones are after.
No, it's part of the activity now. Are you saying it's not part?
So it's part. I wish we said everything.
That's what I'm not sure about. That's why I don't know whether to. Hold on. But I have it.
Time contract.
Sorry.
Unless we don't.
Huh?
Time contract.
A quick one. Are we trying to write out the rules of the project? Or
Yes.
because I'm seeing system design. Okay. What does that system design means?
System design. Well.
Yeah, the activity.
The yellow one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's it.
I think it's just a header. Or it's just a list of all
Okay.
required. Okay, so which other one again? Sign contract, make payment.
We are meeting with payment.
Oh, sorry. So after you sign contract, you move in, have you?
Yeah, timing, that's when it's supposed that timing to yes, and then using the plaster, the paints.
Okay, let me just hide the next row. So we are good at it.
Yeah, that's down. Let's go to that, okay.
Okay, so
So agents.
agent, right? Would also need what again?
And still continue to the landlord.
Look. Fit plumber, you need a plumber. You need a plumber, you need
In fact, this where you as a person,
as a sponsor.
like it's something like that, because we are saying make payments. I am the more responsible. Somebody is
What again? Logistics.
What about a painter?
Yeah, center. Huh? Logistics.
means we are also like
This is what? Huh? Oh, no. Is there any other one I'm missing after this?
Or an architect.
Do we need architect? Are we building?
I thought that we are renovating. Or a designer. Are we not going to redesign?
Let me see. Is it plaster? Who plaster?
What did you say?
Sorry, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I was asking that we are renovating the head office, right?
Okay, so we are renovating a house. No, we're not renovating. We're moving to a new house.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's still the new house movement project.
Okay.
These are made there, so. Because
The person that will pay us. Who is the owner of the house? Omolade. She's the one moving to.
No, it's Kingsley. Kingsley owns the house.
Okay, Kingsley. See that will pay. See Baba Olowo, the big man. Okay, fixed door carpenter, right? Yeah. Okay, let me put that one here.
Interior decorator. Do we need?
Let me see our activities. What is in our activity? Plaster repaint. We have who? Okay, let's put interior decorator. Person will be responsible. Interior designer, yes.
Yeah, interior designer. Okay.
Okay. So I'm supposed to put Kingsley as a Kingsley is our. You can start now. Are we missing any other thing? Huh? What are okay, so sorry, I want to wrap text, Jerry. Okay, so locate. Did I say locate agent?
Yes.
Okay, so who will do that? Kingsley?
Is as the responsible person, I guess.
Yeah. So, who is he accountable to?
So, but consulted, I guess.
Yes.
I mean,
No. Consulted is someone that you require additional information from. Yes, maybe like the person that will give you the money. Or like your parents.
Like someone that you're asking, what can I do for you?
Like a friend.
Or like the interior designer will be consulted.
For agent.
For
Get an
agents.
agent. Let me put Huh?
No, not for agents. So. Okay, I get your point. Locate agents.
Okay, so what are we saying now? So what are we saying? Yes.
Agents is that okay now?
So, okay.
So informed.
Huh? Accountable.
Let's fill all the other ones. We can come back.
Identify the question. Who is going to be
Let's fill out that one.
Is going to be
Identify location.
Yeah.
Identify location. Agent to identify the location. But you must tell Kingsley.
So it's actually.
And we will consult Omolade.
No.
The agent that I'm not.
Oh, you'll be consulted, I mean.
Not for inform.
As I want really to understand this.
So who will be
Where is-
accountable? That's his own boss, the agent's boss, or the agent's company.
That's the agent. So,
Okay,
you are doing an agent in the company.
okay. So review new location. I mean,
I'm
Kispi
responsible.
will review the.
Or he is also, what is it?
Who? The
He
agent.
is.
He will be held accountable.
No. Inform. I mean, now, you can't have more than one inform or one task. Right?
No, he said several people can be responsible. For only one person. You mentioned only one person that as responsible or accountable. Said only one person.
But
Only one person
my
will be
phone
accountable.
inform the landlord, inform the agent.
Okay, landlord is informed.
Landlord
And
is informed.
consult.
And consult. That's
You will consult the new landlord.
He is just contributor for a figure.
I think we should add another column. The agent's company. Just so we can have like the agent's company. So we can, so that we can have accountable. Okay. So make payments.
Make payments. We are also there and still
Responsible. Accountable. Who is consulted? You consult. You inform the agent that you have made payment. Right. Make payment.
then the landlord is also is accountable in that rent because she's the one that collects money.
One of them is consulted. I think the agent is consulted. The landlord is informed.
Agent is consulted. I don't discuss that. What's A again? Accountable. So who is going, if we pay money, who will not be held responsible? It's the landlord. Agent or landlord.
Sometimes the landlord collects.
What's the question?
I said if you
For
pay
paying
money,
payments.
who will be held accountable? That should be the
Landlord. Abi? Yeah, ultimately.
So I have to do it like this because there's no scarcity. I think we want to do like the company that's trying to do it, and we are the company. So different people we need. So we are the business, we know this are individual. Individual. So I think all of us, all of our names should be there.
Okay.
So that okay, what so that you can have places to be review.
And I think that project is like a project team. So based on the example that I was giving.
Okay. So let's go to the topic again. So for Richie, who will now consult now? Let's consult Timothy. Are you informed to the topic? Right? I'm good on that. Identify location. Who is accountable? Omolade, our senior project manager.
I hope they will pay me well.
It is a review. You know, I say identify is a person, they just inform her. It's when they are and now want to have review the final.
Okay, so this is informed.
And the last one, that is new location. That's where she gives the final approval whether to us.
So we just inform her. Okay.
See,
That's a better house. Consulted. Then accountable. Who will be accountable?
because they are just we'll see about this.
Oh, let me just put one there. Let's just review new location. So if Kingsley reviews, the landlord is informed, right?
She is consulted.
Huh?
She is consulted.
Who is consulted?
Since we say she is the same thing,
Okay.
so that's our final decision that will give us that kind of solution. How to get it. So
Okay. Let's just do that. So payment.
You know what I'm thinking about? When you asked about who will be consulted, sometimes when you want to get a new house, the owner, Kingsley, cannot make the decision 100%, even if he likes the house. So sometimes you will need someone to go check and say, oh, is the plumbing there good? Is the water good? Is the area motorable? You know, things like that, that the owner may not be able to see before you make payments.
Okay.
that's the reason why Kingsley, we put Kingsley under that one as responsible. He's the one
Okay.
that's on there to check. But now your name is actually put as a consultant, probably to see, look at those other things that he might not look at.
Okay.
And he might not look at that, and he might not be seen. So that's actually what and then
Okay.
the document being accounting, maybe the direct person closer who will okay. So
No, continue what you're saying. I'm listening to you. I'm just trying to make it up. Okay, so make payments. So Kingsley makes payments. The landlord is accountable. The agent is informed. I think we also consult
yes.
Omolade. Okay, so signing of contract. We can have two responsible now. So both Kingsley and the agent. In fact, and the landlord too. So that they will not come
How
back.
about landlords? What about landlord's lawyer?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Before you sign something that is not.
Yeah.
Okay. So landlord.
That's under signing.
The responsible. The responsible. Who again is responsible?
Only both of them. Oh.
Both the landlord and the lawyer.
No, landlord and Kingsley.
Okay.
Landlord and the house owner responsible. The lawyer is just consulted. Agent doesn't sign.
So who is accountable?
Accountable.
Let's leave that one there. So we now have, sorry.
How will the project manager be accountable for signing contracts?
Yes, now, if you go sideways, they'll come and use police to carry project manager.
It should be the lawyer. It should be the lawyer.
You should be the lawyer,
Yes.
okay? So who, okay, let me do this as consulted.
But must we use all the
That's what I don't, that's what I'm not
responsibilities?
sure.
Once it comes, we will ask.
That's what I'm not
whether
sure, whether we are
we
supposed to use all. I'm not so sure. I don't know.
Okay.
determine the repairs.
Sorry. Okay, determine the repairs needed. We should put a, so the,
It's actually people that went there, so public Kingsley will actually
will be responsible.
responsible. Except if it goes there with somebody else.
All the PM self should be responsible.
You are giving the house owner too much work. Oh. Sorry, please, what's your name? What's your name, please? Temitope.
Yeah.
You are disturbing the house owner now. How will he be responsible for determining repairs? Kingsley, what do you think?
Okay. Okay, so who is responsible? The 3 PM should be
Interior designer.
Where is that guy? Where is the interior designer? Yeah, the interior designer too. Let's come and I think it's even his work. So.
Yeah. It will be just be informed so that
who will be involved?
the owner.
The PC will be informed.
These are the kind of things that.
Okay, so consulted. Who will be consulted? Don't need a lawyer. Okay. At this point, we need to consult.
Yes, so that they can consult.
Okay. Consulted. Sorry. Then accountable. Who will not be accountable? That means the interior designer. No, accountable is.
Let's look at that.
We should not put. Someone has to be accountable for the tax. Let me give it to someone like this. Okay.
Temitope.
Okay, don't worry. I'm not giving
Please.
Fix the plumbing. So this one is plumber. Now I get the work. Responsible.
Interior decoration is still
Accountable. Interior designer.
But really, to be frank, it looks like it's the project manager that will be accountable. Though.
Yes, one of the project
Wow.
managers. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Consulted. Who are we consulting? Consulted. For plumbing, are we?
Irresponsible.
No. Who are we informing? Let me dash on my inform. Household. Okay. Household. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's true. Fix. So that's this guy. Responsible. Interior decor will be consulted. Also now will be informed. Yeah. Okay, let's give Timothy. Okay, fix the doors. Carpenter, where are you? You're responsible. Accountable. And I give this guy consulted. Accountable. No stress. All right. So who is informed? The house owner. I think at this point the house owner herself doesn't want to. They won't do anything here. No? It should just be informed. Plaster, mason, right? Okay. Responsible.
No,
Make I give Omalade. Okay. I didn't want to stress out.
But
Okay.
but a quick question, please. The project manager, will he be speaking with the painters and the electrical guy, or will he be speaking with the interior designer?
no, both of them. So basically the work of the interior designer is like a consultant, telling them how they should do like. So the project manager now coordinates them to ensure that they do it according to how the interior designer recommended.
Okay. So where are we? Last time. Huh? Mason, right? Okay. It's the one that is responsible, okay? So who is consulted, who is informed? Repaint, painter, responsible. Even, are you sure we'll not just stop?
Because it's not even close down this second part, but she said that was just like a 4
Are you sure we are not over?
No, just, have you filled up all of these, right? Okay, so.
Don't like, I mean.
So just do till, you don't pile up to.
There are questions we have.
Okay, no problem.
So, for each task, are we supposed to use all the RSCI?
Well, there are people that are not even in view. When, for instance, to locate agents, plumber and painter are not even in view. So you must not fill up every.
No, I mean the RACI.
It's usually best. It's usually best that it is done, but at a minimum, they must be responsible and they must be accountable.
I mean,
there's some tasks that at a minimum.
how many are allowed?
No, accountable is the only one with a limit to one. Responsible can be several. As long as they will do the work. Informed can be several. Consult can be several, can be none. Because it's possible that it's a task that you know how to do, or you don't need any person's information or input into it. Right?
So second question I have is, I want to actually keep things accountable.
Okay.
Because I'm saying review, consulted is a reviewer.
Okay.
Or what do you?
Now, if we're rolling out a software project for the accounting department, we're rolling out a software project. The person that is accountable for carrying out for the fact that the right software requirements, reporting requirements for the software will be the CFO. CFO knows what he wants to look at. But however, you would consult the tax person to know the key things to put in the tax. He's still accountable for the reporting system. But when it comes to tax information, or still the same system, you want to speak to the person who does tax documentation. So it's like looking for information. Think of accountable as decision making, and think of consulted as input, giving input into the work. Expertise. Thank you very much. So let me have an instruction, please. Right.
Both.
Okay, so I want to believe that with these few points of light, I have been able to convince and not confuse you concerning what the importance of the wayside chat. Now, so the next thing we will do will be to deal with communication, project communication. Now, first stakeholder and project communication. First of all, let's ask the question, what is communication? Communication is the transfer or the transmitter of concepts, ideas, information from one mind to another mind with the objective of understanding and possible cooperation or collaboration. The communication knowledge area has 3 processes. And what are the 3 processes in communication? Number 1, we plan communication management. Number 2, we manage or we engage in the communication. And then number 3, we will monitor and control communication. 3, now I define communication as the transmittal of information. Project communication is actually a big deal. Why? 90% of the project managers work with communication. All these plans and all these documents is created for what? Communication. So 90% of the project managers' work is said to be communication. Project communication is an endeavor of a set of activities that requires the creation or the generation of project communication documents, the storage, the usage or the distribution, the archival or utilization, archival and disposition of project information. And you find that the project information can take a lot of various forms. Number 1 would be that the communication can be written. Communication can be spoken. It could be used in a formal sense, like formal writing, like presentation. It could be done informally, like what? Chit-chat and office gossip, right? It could be done through what? Media and what? Of course, body language and choice of words. Very important that we should understand that communication, in communication, we should factor in communication requirements of all stakeholders. If you were the chief accountant of the project, I will be concerned with passing you financial reports or documents or data concerning spend per time, data linking resources to spend. I will not exactly be concerned with giving you the daily log concerning what? Sweeping and cleaning the project sites. It has nothing to do with your job, role, and function. Rather, I would reserve that information for facility, the person in charge of facility on the project. Do you agree with that? Another thing we will concern ourselves about is what must be communicated. So your communication requirements can be plenty. What will be communicated, where will be communicated, how you want to communicate. It's almost like tailoring my communication approach to your desires. Communication requirements, what will be communicated must be also identified, as well as who is responsible for the communication. In project communication, we sometimes call that the communication owner, the person who owns the communication. HSC might be the owner of HSC
report or HSC training and HSC presentations. They own it. I can't expect the CFO to come and do HSC presentation. It's not his domain. Right? And then how we communicate, in other words, what tools, what techniques, what timing, how often is more linked to timing and the terms that are used. If you look closely at this, you will see that project communication is concerned with the who, with the what, with the where, with the when, and with the how of communication. Right? And a very important aspect in communication management is the development of communication skills. The project manager is expected to understand how to read, how to write, how to speak, and how to listen, because these are the 4 basic skills in communication, and how to decipher body language. Very important. And then again, we have other components of communication skills like the sender-receiver format, which you want to understand. Media formats, which is going to be, of course, how we're going to pass the information, WhatsApp, email, or face-to-face, right? Writing style, which will be formal, basically, or informal, and back then we used to learn semi-formal. And then again, what? Management and presentation styles. Generally, we would have 4 communication skills that will be combined into whether formal or informal, or whether it's written or oral or verbal. So we will have what? Formal written and formal verbal in a combination of informal written and informal verbal. What is formal written? Formal documentation that is written are often the type that are used to communicate for certain project documents, especially certain kinds of project documents by nature are formal and written down. A good example would be the project charter, the project management plan, project contracts, statements of work. You can simply put those things on a legal pad and pass it to somebody. So it says they are formal and they are written. And then there are other rules that specify formal and written arrangement or requirement. For instance, if we are doing long distance communication, or we are communicating across cultures and backgrounds, we want to use formal written. Why? Have you ever heard this statement? Anytime you're in doubt, default to formal. Anytime you're in doubt, complexity, and let's look at it. If you wanted to go for a job interview and you know the dress code, would you not wear the dress code of the job interview? But construction workers generally don't come in suits. But if you were to go to construction worker like Joe, they like invited me for a job interview, what will you wear? Formal wear. That's because you know if you were not sure and want to be the assessment, you were likely to wear suit and tie just to be sure, just to be safe. Because the assumption is that you can never, you will dress down in your formal way, but you will likely not go informal. The assumption is that you cannot really go wrong with formal. So if you are not sure, formal, make sure that there's what? Documentation. And then there's now formal verbal. Formal verbal is now, imagine that I just finished the 3-dimensional drawing of a building, and I'm trying to make a presentation to the directors or stakeholders and sponsor. When I make set up my presentation on the screen, am I going to be doing informal chit chat with them? I'm doing a formal presentation. Presentations by nature tends to be formal. And one of the ways you know something is a formal verbal is if the information is coming top down. In other words, if unidirectional, I'm handling 80% of the speaking to you.
If it's bidirectional, I'm talking and getting response, talking and getting response, it is often informal verbal. Informal verbal will include categories like what? Chit chat in the office, asking you questions and getting answers, water cooler conversations, and so on and so forth. Even meetings tend to be bidirectional, so they fall under informal verbal. Yes, meetings, we're talking suggestions, right? Then there is informal or formal written, right? Informal written. That is where you have things like sticky notes, or post-it notes, memos, legal pads, emails are also classed under informal written.
Yeah, so, well, sometimes, like for approval, say, it's just that out as someone.
Now, is that now in that case you will say, but let me ask you a question. Is the approval done on the body of the email, or the approval is done on the attachment? If you really look at it, because you've asked this question, no, have you noticed that nobody sent a formal email, formal message on the body of an email? It's hardly ever done. It's said that it's generally, well, it's generally said that emails are, when I want to send a formal document to you, I will put it in a file and I will say find attached. Is that file expected to use as a formal reference, not the body of the email? Jigga. And that's why nobody will send them, nobody sends them letter of application to a company in the body of the email. You will send it in an attachment. Nobody sends a contract in the body of the mail. Nobody sends project management plan in the body of the mail. It's sent in an attachment. It formalizes the process. Now, let's talk about communication scenario. Complex technical issues, I've said it, uncertainty, formal written. Meeting, informal verbal, bidirectional, statement of work, formal written and sent. Hallway communication, informal verbal. Corporate presentation, formal verbal. Communication offshore, long distance, formal written, and then notes from the planning meeting, informal written. Now, planned communication is the place, the point where we determine the modus operandi of our communication, or we determine an appropriate approach for communicating with the various stakeholders, factoring their communication requirements. Not everybody has the same communication. This Oga, for instance, might prefer, he's the CFO, so he wants to get financial information. He wants to get it as soon as possible. Every time they spend, at the end of every day, give me the financial information. When you send it, please send it in attachment, not on the body of the bill. And I don't really check my email on Sunday, so please don't use no. Don't worry. Don't ever send it to me through WhatsApp. Send it so. Don't try it. On the other hand, there is this other. It is what? HSC information. He thinks the right time to send it is once a week. And he doesn't check his email. He prefers that after you finish sending it, you send it to WhatsApp message. Meanwhile, this guy said, don't you dare communicate with WhatsApp. So these are the same stakeholders, the same project, but they need different information and they need it done differently. Sometimes also, there's going to be a project management information system, PMIS, which can be a software technology or a set of tools that we use to work, store, archive, share, distribute project management with information, right? Now, this is the sender-receiver model. And in this, you can clearly see that there is a sender, which is passing a message to a receiver,
And then when the receiver, the sender encodes the message and passes it to the receiver decodes the message and sends a feedback message back to the sender. Right at the middle of the slide, you can see a loop of understanding, right? And you will notice that there are noises and filters. What is the difference between noise and filters? Noise is external stimuli that stops you from what? That reduces your ability to understand or comprehend the message that is passed. External stimuli could be sound, too much likely to distract you. It could be auditory, loud noises will distract you. It could be olfactory. If I open a sock away here, you are not hearing what I'm saying again. It could be tactile. If I were tickling you, you cannot understand what I'm saying again. Anything, any stimuli, usually external, distracting you is noise. Filters, on the other hand, are internal notions, preconceptions, my ideas about you, my interpretation probably formed from past experiences or past. I've seen people that don't like you, and the reason why they don't like you is because they heard from somebody that you are very you dispute over, whether true or false. Every information you tell them is filtered through the lens of what they see you to be. That is what? Filters. Are we good? And then this is a communication plan, but don't pay attention to this. This is actually very simple. I will introduce you to the go model for communication plan. It's significantly more sophisticated than this. Now, plan communication, like I said, the communication management plan is going to deal with the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and the how of communication. Stakeholder communication requirement is what? Information to be communicated, including language, format, and level of details, is what? Reason for the distribution of the is what? Why? Time frame and frequency for the distribution is what? When? Persons responsible, all the three are what? Who? Methods of technology for the release of the information is what? How? Resource allocated is what? What? Escalation procedure is what? How? And you might find it adapted to the needs of your project, but generally your communication manager can answer the who, what, where, when, why, and how of communication. And then the next thing is what to manage what communication. You've created a communication plan, identifying who to receive the information, what message to receive, how the message should be passed, the timing of the message, implement according to the plan. So you go through the process of creating, distributing, storing, retrieving, disposal according to what was agreed in your communication management plan. Now, other things you want to understand is communication channels. Communication channels grow exponentially with the number of stakeholders. So, I once had a colleague, a senior colleague, a boss, that told me the reason why you should not discuss with Mr. You should not gossip is because you can only tell your relationship with the person you are gossiping to. You cannot tell their relationship with the person being gossiped. Right? So it's not just two information. Within the project is what? Two. What the third person is what? More than two. Right? So if we have two persons, it's one communication channel. Three people, 6 persons, 4 persons, 6. But there is a formula, which is what? The number of channels can be solved by determining the number of stakeholders, and that's what you need. If they ask you the number of channels, look for the number of stakeholders.
So if the channels, or let's say the number of stakeholders of the calculate the number of channels. Let's assume we have 10 stakeholders, we have what? 10 multiplied by 10, which is n, minus 1 divided by 2.
I don't understand yourself.
Eh?
I don't understand.
It will specify in the question whether you are included. But you need to be able to sense when. You need to be able to sense.
But the project manager
It's stakeholder, yes.
it says that you don't forget to think.
Yeah, exactly. They say about the way we create the question will show that the project manager is not included. But generally, include the project manager as part of the team. Now, communication methods. We have 3 kinds of communication methods. The first communication method is the interactive method. If I pass you a message and I expect a response, even if it's by phone, and I can even be able to sense your immediate response and your emotions and your feelings through the medium, face to face or through phone calls, it's interactive. It's usually bidirectional. Push communication is where information is sent to people, right? It's pushed or sent to the people that need the information. If I take an email and I copy the 4 of you and I send to you, it's directed at you, is push communication. One problem with push communication is that unlike interactive, I cannot know whether you have read it. I cannot know whether you have understood it. And I don't know the mood in which you took the information. Emails, later writing, WhatsApp, fall into this category. And then we have pool communication. In pool communication, I don't send the information directly to you. Instead, I carry the information and put it on the central point so that when you need it, you can go and collect it. How many of us know budget? Olusegun Onigbede's company. You've heard about it, right? Budget puts data about Nigeria's economy. It doesn't send it to your email. When you want it, you go and collect it. Information on the internet is pooled. Information in organizations intranet is pooled. Even when we were in the university, most of you are millennials, at least millennials, yeah. That wasn't a lot of Gen Z. But when we have a Gen Z here, but most of us went to school at the time when our results were posted on notice boards. Now they put it on school sites for you, but I used to check with my final year, I was checking my result on notice board. That's pool communication. Whether they put it on the school system or notice board, it's still pool. It now becomes push if they send it to your email directly. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? And then there's what? Project management, what? Information. Like I said, it's possible that the project has a recommended system for the creation, collection, storage, archiving, distribution, disposition of what? Project information. And it could be what? Hard copy or electronic copy. Or we could even do what? Include things like what? Microsoft Word, Microsoft Office, electronic tools like MS Project, Primavera. All of these will fall under the project management of information system. Now, I'm not going to touch this because most of these are very well aligned with the slide we have covered in resource management, where we spoke about active listening, communication, meeting management, networking, political association. These are all interactive aspects of communication. Now we touch meeting rules. There are certain rules that make meetings effective. And if we don't conduct meetings according to these rules, and second to last slide, if we don't conduct meetings according to these rules and this standard, we'll make a lot of mistakes. We want to get it right, and we want to be effective as well as efficient when planning meetings. Number one, even before we have the meeting, we want to be able to prepare an agenda. After we prepare an agenda, we should distribute the agenda to everybody that is coming for the meeting so that they can prepare for the meeting. When the meeting is on, we should select someone to chair and direct the meeting. That person must not necessarily be the project manager. During the course of the meeting, we are expected to stay on the agenda, and anything that is not part of the agenda should be removed from the meeting, put in AOB, any other business, or move to the next meeting. For exam readiness purposes, it's very important to note that your project meeting should have high priority, more priority over functional matters. So no functional manager or functional issue should distract you when you have prepared a project meeting, if you are the project manager especially. And then of course we have what monitor project performance. Now remember I said project management and project communication is who, what, where, when, why, and how. If you are sending to the wrong person, if you are sending to the right person the wrong information, if you are sending at the wrong time and you want it every day, you are sending it weekly, is a problem. If you are sending it through the wrong medium, you want it to be through email, you've been sending it through WhatsApp, it's a. So you want to ensure that you are meeting the information requirements needed or needs of the stakeholder. And then finally, it's very important that we note that there are performance reports that we use to deal with project information. Well, we can say about 4 here or 5. First is focus report. Focus reports are used to report on the future. So what's the projected future of the project based on what information or the data we have? Good example, estimate at completion, estimate to complete and variance at completion are forecasted. You remember, right? Progress report shows up what has been immediately or recently done on the project. That our 75% complete is progress report. Status report provides information on the overall state of the project. Variance report shows the difference between what was planned to happen and what actually happened on the project. And then, of course, end value report that we do was budget and completion, estimate and completion, budget estimate to complete, variance and completion, right? And all of that, it will review our performance for the scope, schedule, and cost of the project. Now, let us deal with these questions. Number one, there are 45 communication channels on the project. How many people are on the project? I answered that, right? Number two, a project manager and his team spend a great deal of time in meetings. Which of the following is not a good reason to cancel a meeting? A, the agenda wasn't published right before the meeting, until right before the meeting. B, a key team member had to attend a different meeting. C, a functional manager wanted to meet with the project manager at the same time. D, the topic partially changed and the presentation material wasn't complete yet. If you are listening, if you are listening, you will answer this question as well. Which of the following is not a good reason to cancel the meeting? Well, 2. Very good, you were listening. It's C. Your project meeting should be held at a higher priority than functional issues. So if you have a clash with the functional issue, you should prioritize project issues. There are 5 basic performance reports. Of the following, which one describes the content of a forecast report? A, information related to the state of the schedule, budget, and scope of the project at various points in time. B, information related to the overall state of the project. C, information related to future project occurrences. And D, information related to recent project occurrences. Forecast report is what? Beautiful, future occurrences. Number 4, the agile team is distributed and having challenges with communication. The organization is willing to do whatever it takes to improve communication. Which of the following will best help to improve project communication? A, utilize a war room for the team. B, have more teams meeting. C, have an additional status report each week. D, make better use of the project management information system. In between B and A. Between B and A. How about you? Yeah. How about you? Yeah, go with me. What do you go with? B or A. And then, Madam Obolade, you can answer number 4. We are not doing list of noisemakers here. You'll be very quiet. Okay, so what's your answer to number 4?
I honestly wasn't following.
Okay. Now the answer
Apologies.
is actually to utilize a war room. Yeah, a war room is if you have challenges, people are not understanding each other. Let's sit down, take one meeting, sit down, no matter how long it takes, let's trash the matter. Let's not hide, let's not have any restrictions from our conversation. Let's tell ourselves the truth. There's a proverb that says that if brothers enter a meeting room and then they come out smiling and shaking their hands, they did not tell themselves the truth. That is what, like a war room situation, right? So you want to be able to utilize that to what? Find the root cause of every problem and approach it. Number 5, Sam and Tracy are running their string theory project. They're in the process of monitoring project communication with the various stakeholders. And this has been a challenge given it is a global project with many virtual employees. Which of the following is a tool and a technique they will use to monitor communication? A, communication management plan. B, change request. C, work performance information. And D, project management what? Information system. Which is the tool and technique they will use to monitor the communication process? Communication what? Communication
Management plan.
How many people said A? 2. Even you, 3. Okay, and you said what? D. Project management information system is the right answer.
Oh.
In fact, everything you see there is an input or output document. The only thing that is a tool and technique, if we were to go by the traditional ITTOs, is project management information system. We need to collect what the data on what communication, project communication, and we need to understand what has been going on. Number 6.
Sorry, Do we even have a call?
Yes, now communication management plan. Yes, now.
Different from communication.
No. Team charter. No. There's communication management plan. The output of plan project communication. Number 6. A project is approximately 50% complete. Project manager is communicating with stakeholders regarding the status of the project. Which is it likely to use to determine who to communicate what with? A, communication technology models and method. B, communication management plan. C, communication requirements analysis. D, communication management strategy. What will you use to know what information to communicate to who?
You didn't mention the D, stakeholders
So I said the stakeholder management strategy.
management. Okay.
What's the answer? D.
Communication management plan.
Okay, okay, so we have 50% answer. How about you? B. Okay, 75% answer. How about you? B. 100%. Okay, it's actually 100% answered and 100% correct. All right, so let's do this thing, right?
Sorry. Yeah. Formula of the formula, because sometimes you have time to test each of them too.
Yeah.
Their formula to remove I forgot.
Yes, well, we said it now. Channels is equal to 10.
So for now, I'm doing the channel.
Yeah. Well, that thing is very cumbersome. Even mathematicians have headache with that thing. Trying to make, you're saying, trying to make the end subject of the formula. Just look for the most likely. So, like a quadratic equation, it's going to be longer. Okay. Now, this is what the communication management plan looks like. All right. Now, I'm going to take this off because this is other people's work. And then we're going to look at what they communicate. One of us asked, is there a communication management plan? Yes, this is the communication management plan. And if you look at, we have what? The communication type. Can be a meeting, can be a report, progress report, status report, can be a charter, can be what? Project financial work, budget analysis. What is the objective of the communication, which is the why? Why do we have this thing in place? What is the purpose of communication is to stakeholders? The third thing is what? The medium. How is it recommended or preferred that it is communicated, right? And then again, the frequency. Now, the medium, a lot of times, is determined by the audience. The audience would likely determine the medium that is more acceptable to them. But there are times when there are organizational standards for how you communicate, e.g., everything must pass through what the project, the organization, what emails, so that we have records and documentation, right? Frequency, of course, for kickoff meeting is a face-to-face meeting and it's done once at the start of the project. But other times can have different frequencies and different audience. The deliverable of a kickoff meeting is the agenda and the minutes of the meeting, right? Some will just be a report, some would be a communication management plan, etc. Right? And then, of course, escalation part, if you experience failure in your communication process, how do you escalate? And then finally, what contact details would be what's entered there. So we would expect to close this up with by what? Filling what? Creating a communication management plan. With just this time, let's do about 2 or 3 reports in addition to the one we did to be able to explore who, what, where, when, why, and how for the various types of communication we're likely to engage in a project. So let us select a team leader for this phase, and then let's get this going. After this, we go for our lunch break. And then we lose also today with integration.
you okay? I thought you were going on. So we can apart from because it's not the same. No, it's not the same with progress. Hip-hop is the one that is not actually.
Not only if you are responsible, also talking about yeah, progress report. So the next one, after talking to work starts. Work has started.
Yes.
Education type. Progress report.
Let's see what the communication.
Are they communicating to program manager? Program manager is communicating to senior manager.
No, objective of this meeting itself.
It's not necessarily.
Either the meeting or the report.
Yeah, it's okay. I think about for you this progress reports now. What do I do in objective? Give updates on how far the project has gone.
Update on the status of the progress as status. I think they are sitting.
Yeah. Medium. Campus union. Campus union. Progress report.
For my personal use for my
Thank you. You can't write it down. What is it? I mean, campus union. Frequency. By week, is that not frequency? Let's just do it. Sorry, Omar, are you with us? You said? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So the owner, project manager. Okay. Audience, project sponsor. Project sponsor and other stakeholders.
not project sponsor. Sponsor is not. I feel that sponsor might not by the project C.
No, you have to let him know. Sponsor the project. You have to let him know. The sponsor and others.
Some taxation starts.
It's Babalo, there is no putting money down. Tell him how far you take that spot. I don't 10%. 100%.
Just, no, it was as
What's the variable of this one?
Things go by status reports.
Status.
And that's status.
Yeah.
The one that two progress reports. Status report. Status for progress status report.
What do you think, Omalade?
Please, I'd like to ask for some few minutes off, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
This was asking for some few minutes.
Escalation path.
We will start the sponsor. Escalation part will notify the sponsor.
Yeah. That's good communication.
This one is being on, so I will communication. Should we just put something there?
Email communication. That is their website.
So the next one.
HSC reports.
HS. Oh, can let us move an issue.
What's that?
Change request.
Change requests.
So you mentioned HSC. What do you follow those things?
HSC.
Change requests to those also there. Stakeholders, that's what I was.
What is the communication side? Have to go.
Policy control report.
Or is it not usually part of the project?
HSC.
That's a purpose, sir.
HSC, what's HSC?
What's it?
Safety reports. Communication type, so you have to think of it, you have progress reports. How about the report you send when there's Wahala? That's not progress report.
When there's issue.
Yes. Yes, counter issue.
Spanish.
And the owner is going to be project manager.
And that's what
That is what.
like exactly
What if we put someone above the project manager to communicate with project manager?
that would be like
Oh, no,
like
no.
that change request, like change request that the other information. It's actually going to come from this down.
Oh, I know what it was. It's the project manager that requests for him to. He sends it to the sponsor.
But sponsor to approve.
Yeah, based on maybe change in the scope. Now develop that change request and send it to the sponsor. That's the change request.
Objective of change request to inform senior management that's risk reports too, abi? Yeah. Let's just put snap reports. Snap reports.
It's not even a list of all the issues.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my like when you want to close
That one is towards the chat, but yes, it's still part of. That's the next one.
So I should try to put change.
Let's do
Yeah, but then we get back.
let's do change. Let's finish
of
our-
implementation of the consider what we call it. Change and changes.
Of any needed changes.
So they are the one that mentioned change. You want to inform them in the region of scope and
Okay.
cost.
But that's not change request. Though. That's not change request. Though.
Okay.
There's no change. This is not about the implications of the change to time scope. That's not what we put on that change request.
Change request is actually requesting for a change in previous scope. But it will also have implications.
So if the change request is coming from senior management to you, you understand, you will also reply them on the implication of school and all that something. If it's coming from the project manager to the senior manager, he will be the one the senior manager will be the one to tell them this implication of all these things.
This is okay.
Yeah.
So, how do you make your emails? It's called,
Email video conferencing.
meeting.
Video conferencing.
Not meeting.
Video
The
conferencing.
videos will be there, then you can do like this.
A video
They
conference.
take the commit. And I said they will sign. They were saying that they have to sign it.
All of them will be there, you can put email, you can put.
Video conference.
Video conference and also sign document.
Yeah.
Video.
It's on where is it now?
You know,
That is also used. And if we maybe as an example, because what not always sponsor.
Deliverable, change requests. Documents. Have you?
Installation of plans.
So we said use of the smart reports. I think we should let's change this one to be reported to the project manager.
Your stand is not for the project manager. Time is to go
To the project manager.
So it's not to inform senior manager.
The team member can do that.
That depending if it is
No, I'm independent team member. And the team member can be responsible for that. This one, email and phone call.
yes, and email address documents.
Document.
Some of them are from
Okay.
some of them are from me just
The results will be signed.
because
No,
when when they see snap.
Can put this one like bi-weekly every month. Sometimes they carry that twice.
When needed.
Let's just do once. I don't know. This one will be project manager and project team. Or just project manager.
No, that's see, sir, not project manager. Whether the project team or establishment.
No, not the owner, the audience.
Project manager.
Provider is the audience.
Project manager. I also put project team.
Or even in project sponsorship, he has to go.
But I think if the project manager, I'll take you to the project sponsor.
No.
Depending on depending on the organization. If the organization is mind, if it's a big organization,
How can you do that? You're not telling me.
they would have corrected everything. We didn't tell your director whatever the mess they are seeing. You have to clear everything before they allow it to come alive. Because once they see now, all of them are getting fully.
Deliverable is
That's not.
who is even the project manager yourself?
They are going to do the same thing.
I know that's the project manager. I'm sure that one is the risk report at the close of the we have kickoff meeting, so we should have closing meeting. So the objective of this one is for what? Review the project. And formally close it. Face to face, face to face. Yes. This one doesn't like okay agenda. Lesson learned document. Um, yeah, project completion. Formal document. Notify the no response. Mm. No, this was escalation part. If it does not, if there's a problem. Mm. Can't put down at the close because how we don't know the contact.
It's part of the conversation part. And it's among the two members, whether in the morning or in the evening, or do like a daily conversation.
I'll put it to-
You have to be
No, I just. Okay, the March. I thought it's one to expand.
It says status meetings.
This particular assignment looks a bit difficult because the quietness in the room.
You said? Oh, we're trying to, we're almost done. We just want to ask and one more thing. Project meeting. So it's after kickoff meeting. We've done three, I think, 3 or 4 already.
Yeah. Progress reports. Change requests. Snap reports. And then close.
This one should be weekly too. What should be?
Are we ready? Okay, so a brief presentation and then we'll go for lunch.
Okay, that's
Next cell. So just reverse it. Undo.
Audience.
Control Z. Control Z reverse would reverse a lot of. No, you're doing Z. Control Z. You have to put hand on control and accept and do Z.
Yeah, it's not changing this. Okay.
Okay.
It's changing everything that we do.
Okay. And let's go back.
This one should be control.
Regularly, okay? Okay. This is the procedure. This is the procedure. Yes, I'm sure the rule.
Maybe we should go speak up actually.
Huh?
Maybe we should go speak up actually.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go have lunch and then we'll come back, look at it and then close. Okay. Hello, madam. Hey, we're going for our break now. We should be about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So let's do a 20-minute break, and that will get us to 3:10. And then we'll close up with integration management. All right, thank you.
you go tell them, say you want to take that? You have left it like that for the first. You should respond to your mail now. You take one to change it. Only that decided to take it. You have told it to them. You have told the to respond to the mail. What is the almost said you should move to the mail. Okay. Tell us it for you. So we are set for tomorrow. What of the book? Who is the book now? No, tomorrow. If possible. And then, so that you know why? Take Uber. Let's see. I will choose. No, we have approval already. The DMOH has told you to go come now. Yes, you have approval for Baruwa now. Is it the same person that covered one? No, it's a different person. So why I'm saying we need to do this because we don't bother with you at all. You understand? I don't have contact of anybody in the people. I was supposed to do the assessment of one day. That's why I wanted us to at least like establish contact. It's far from you can't take it back. Once they connect, just you want to stay with them. I don't want to at least tell them that we are coming and maybe collect the contact of their image. So that it's not be that Monday that someone will not be reaching out to them for the first time. If you can do it, sharp. Okay, I'll send it to you. Thank you. Well done. That's right. I want to contact you, man. We can change mine. You posted it where we are.
Are we ready? Okay, so we're done with communication. Particularly like that you give specific emails or numbers here. Understand how frequency might change depending on the kind of report. Right? Identify the audience and the deliverables. Right? So you see for meetings, meeting agenda, status report, right? And then we'll change the first document, visible, and then snag. Snag report is what we call issue report. Or issue register. Well, it works. Who suggested the name? You. Who brought the word snag? Well, it works. Right? Okay, so it's fantastic. Congratulations. Very excellent. It's a very decent work. Now let's come to integration. Now, for integration, I would operate less with the slide and more with the screen. Because this screen, in this screen, you see the 7 processes of integration. Now let me begin by defining briefly what integration is. Integration means bringing together all elements of the project. Now you will notice that in our exercise, as we discussed, there were overlaps in a lot of project management knowledge areas. For instance, when you define scope, it has a cost implication and it has a time implication. Right? If I see a 3-bedroom flat and I give you that exercise, you told me how long and you told me how much. The moment we assign resources, we will now have to adapt the timing again. So if you were doing that on the basis of an assumption of the number of resources you get, If I told you you were going to get half that amount of resource, what will you do? You will integrate that information and lengthen the time span. Is that true? That's integration. You're going to be working with scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholders, all the knowledge areas and all the processes, and integrating. As extra information is coming, they're making adjustments to the plan. When change requests are made and approved or implemented, again, it is integrated into the system. Very important to note that integration is the apex function of the project manager. And it is a function that he or she cannot delegate. Let me put this in front of me. It is a function that he or she cannot delegate. I can ask my architect and my product manager to help me define scope. I can ask my planner to work with him and plan out the time. My accountant can work and plan out the cost. But I must take responsibility for the total integration into the project. I cannot delegate integration as a project manager. Are we good? Now, so let's have that clear. And then in integration, one of the things a project manager would work with is enterprise environmental factor and process asset. I know doctor takes time to stress that in the first thing. Enterprise environmental factors are external factors that can affect the project. Organizational process assets are like information and documentation assets, like policies, procedures, methods, systems, softwares that you use as a reference point for planning. Right? So yes, both of these two will come together in helping us to be able to effectively plan and integrate the project activities. Now, what are the processes in integration? Number one, we have develop a project charter. And it is symbolized by a single document called project charter. The purpose of this document is to provide authorization for the project. The project charter, which I saw that you created the first day, is used to give, number one, high-level information about the project, and number two, authorize or gives the project manager the authority to use organizational resources in performing the project. The project manager that starts an organizational project without a project charter is a thief. Because they are using organizational resources without authorizing, whether it's for the good of the project or not, they can take you and pick you up for pilfering organizational resources. Why? They're starting a project that the organization is probably isn't even aware of. It's one. Now, I don't want to use the word the problem, but the limitation with a project charter is that it is high level. And you see summary level representation of scope, summary level representation of cost, summary level representation of stakeholders, summary level representation of risk, summary level everything. It doesn't boil down to the detail. But for us to be able to perform the work, we need to boil it down to the details. And that is why you will notice that we created individual plans for managing scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication with procurement, stakeholders. We created individual plans to handle every knowledge area, including change management plan, configuration management plan, process improvement plan, and a few other plans. Why? We want to be able to elaborate or provide details for performing the project. And that is the project management plan. Do we always need several folders to create a project management plan? No. For a Fourth Mainland Bridge, for instance, which is a very big project, we might find ourselves using multiple files and multiple folders. But for a small project, we might have just maybe a 3, 4, 5 pager where all the things are stated in sections. So it will depend again, and that is where tailoring comes in. Now, after we have the plan, the next thing is to build. So develop project charter, develop a project management plan, and then direct and manage project work. Direct and manage project work is the third process in integration. In direct and manage project work, the project manager is concerned with building the deliverable of the project. We have seen a lot of processes, almost 49, if not full 49, and we have seen a lot of execution processes, right? Haven't we? Development is an execution. Acquire resources is an execution. Manage team is an execution. Conduct procurement is an execution. Manage communication is an execution. The execution processes. But this is the only execution process that results in the creation of the project delivery. Others are required to manage communication, manage procurement, conduct something. None of them delivers a deliverable as an output. It is in direct and managed project work that the project manager directs the project team, gives instructions, mobilizes the sites to build. So the output of direct and managed project work is the project outcome, the project deliverable, or the project results. Now, information powers work, and work produces more information. You know that, right? Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, made a statement. He said, if I was ever able to go far, why said that statement? It was because I stood on the shoulders of all the giants that came before me. And that is why most of you in engineering, you found yourself to execute a project, you found yourself going back, encountering some of the concepts you met in physics, 100, 200, 300 level. Every organization has organizational process assets that are systems and documents that they have used to work, including templates, including work instructions, including processes, including procedures, policies. Now, a project manager will utilize, including lessons learned, a project manager will utilize this system, this library, to build this product. And in the course of building this product, he will learn new things that are lessons learned that will help him to what? Improve. Now, these new things he learns is what is going to capture in what you call lessons learned. And Parrish thought that lessons learned is about for recording all the bad lessons you learn. All the bad lessons and the mistakes you learn will be recorded. But what about new ways to improve your efficiency? Won't you record it? Anything that will benefit the project, future project, whether positive or negative, will be what? Included. And you might find yourself using other ways to integrate learning, for instance, knowledge sharing sessions, discussions, collaboration sessions, right, where people share the information they have, as well as what the project manager teaches, trains, communicates to be able to pass down certain information that's rooted in what our understanding of the organizational process assets. All of this will be what in. Go ahead, please ask. Thank you.
I'm not sure if my screen is accurate. What I'm saying is, I'm saying cars and rulers.
Yeah.
Is that what you?
Yes, that is
what
where
you have.
Yeah, it's deliberate.
Right.
I'm using.
Okay,
I usually teach integration with pictures.
Okay. Okay.
So we are here, right? Which is what? Manage projects knowledge, right? And we work like we're using what? Old information to what? Generate, to build a project and thereby generate what? New information that will help the future of the organization in project management. Now, for most of us, and one of the good things about classes like this is that everybody is a graduate of tertiary institution. I have not really sat down with people who at least do not have at least one tertiary institution certificate. So it's easy to understand it because all of you have gone through the project process. What do you do in projects? University projects. You collect what? The first thing they ask is that you what? Go and do extensive what? Literature review, right? And then you come up with what? An idea for what you want to create. Propose what? Hypothesis. And then you do what? You test the hypothesis or you build the product for more engineering-oriented classes, for more engineering-oriented students. And then you come up with a booklet and you write what your summary and your recommendation, which is expected to be what's newly discovered knowledge. That explains it. Who collects the information? It's in the university what? Database to help with what? The next students that will run projects. Just that simple. That's the simple idea as applied. Now, next we have monitor and control project work, which is symbolized by the ruler. It's very deliberate. Why? Because monitoring and controlling project work has to do with collecting data, measuring data against the plan created 3 processes away or 2 processes away. You're measuring the data from the processes, you're measuring the data from the work against the plan that was created for that data, and you are seeing whether we are having no variance, which is ideal, positive variance, which is better than ideal, or negative variance, which means you need to what? Make certain kinds of corrections. Now, there are some corrections to projects that do not require a formal change request. If you do this work, his work better, and I do that work better, we don't need to, we're not changing the baselines of the project. You're slow on the work I give you. You're slow on the work I gave you. When you do this work faster, he does this work faster, I'll just cross it with what I did. And then the only thing I will do is resource assignment sheet. I'll just shift your names and cross your names. I have not changed any baseline. Now, for small changes, we might not be expected to go through a formal change request. But now, there are also what you call big and sizable changes that will impact the project baseline. Remember the 3 key baselines we have: scope, schedule, cost. In the example we gave, we saw that we planned a project for $4,000, 4,000 naira, and eventually we saw that to complete it we will need 4,800 naira. That is changing the cost baseline from 4K to 4K8, and that means we will often need a change request if we do not adapt our working style. Right? Also, if I ask you to build me a 3-bedroom flat in Ikeja, you give me estimates. Tomorrow I come and then I say, let's add a swimming pool. Your estimates and all your calculations will change because a swimming pool has been added. I've changed the scope. Therefore, most likely the schedule, the cost, the risk, resource requirements will also change. Very important change. We would have to go through what we call a change request. That leads us to the next. Perform integrated change control. PIC. Perform integrated change control. Now, performing integrated change control will move through 6 processes. The first step of that process is that you identify that the change has occurred, or a change will occur, or a change should occur. So if you see that the change is near, it's already happening, or it should happen, or we need to make a change, then you identify that the need for a change. The next thing you do, you don't raise a change request immediately. The next thing you do is to analyze for the impact of the change, what we call, carry out what you call impact analysis. It will not be very smart for Kingsley as a construction engineer to quickly agree or recommend a swimming pool without considering the impact of the swimming pool on the whole project. So yes, you want to know what will be the impact of this change on scope, on time, on cost. Sometimes after you finish analyzing the impact of the change, you see that the change is not even worth it. For instance, Bariga, we decided to build a 3-bedroom flat. People can manage to do a 3-bedroom flat in Bariga, even if it's a clear one. You don't want to add swimming pool inside. Are you sure that market has the money to pay for a swimming pool apartment? It's an impact analysis. And then the funny thing is, even if the people have, do they want to live in a swimming pool apartment inside Bariga? Even if the people have the money, would they be comfortable with living in a swimming pool apartment inside Bariga? Have you seen a swimming pool apartment in Bariga? You don't have friends. There's no swimming pool there. It's mostly students. So basically, a 3-bedroom flat might fly. But with a swimming pool, you are likely to try to even talk the sponsor away from the idea. The market is not there for it. Right. So what we are doing is we are analyzing the impact of the change as the second process. The third process is that we will raise a change request. If we reconcile and we see that this change is worthy of it, we raise a change request. When we raise a change request, it's like filling a change request form, which I saw one of you suggested in this exercise. You fill a change request form, carry out, list what you have as impact analysis and submit it. Right? Give a recommendation for a change. After you raise the change request, of course, you'll be expected to have a small presentation with stakeholders to be able to what? Negotiate the terms of that change. You want to be able to sell them the change or unsell them the change. They were the people that brought it up and you don't think it's a good, fantastic idea. Right? So what you're doing, this has a lot to do with human relation, interpersonal skill, and a little bit of politicking. Right? It's not going to be a great idea. Make them see the reason why it's not going to be a great idea. Right now, when you have finished making your case for the change or against the change, 3 things will happen. The change request will be accepted or rejected or moved into a future time. Either way, you will update project documents as the final phase. Right? So 2 things. If it is accepted, then you will move that change request into implementation. So if they accepted that we should add a swimming pool, we will include swimming pool in the scope. Right? And then we are going to change all the project documents with cost data, schedule data, resource data for a swimming pool. Another thing we are likely to change is what? Organizational process aspects. Okay. All right. So welcome back. Sorry about the disconnection. Can you hear me? Okay. So let's close this up. Right. Thank you. Now, so the next thing you want to do is, where did we stop? Now, whether or not they accept it, right? If they accept it, then you will update all your project documents. For instance, you would move to execution and integrate the change. You will change your scope, schedule, cost with the impact of the change. You will put what in your lessons learned, the change or what you learned about that change, and so on and so forth, right? And then this cycle will continue from execution, monitoring and controlling, defects identified, manage and direct project work with lessons learned, execution again, data, change process. It will continue several times throughout the project. All right, so when we are done, thank you. So when we are done with all of these, then we'll make sure that we also record the change in what you call a change log. A change log is one of the documents. You want to record in a change log whether or not the change is approved or not approved. You record in a document called the change log. And then after we've gone through the process several times, we come to the end, which is what? Close project. If you notice, in the close project, we had the car, we had all the documents, both project charter. Who noticed that? That everything was together in the closing process. Who noticed that? Everything in that final one, everything was together, right? Why? Because we are going to take the product deliverable, which is the car, finally, and test it and see whether the car is good to go. And that's just going to be one of the tests. We're going to look at the project charter, right? See if the screen comes on. We're going to look at the car. We're going to test this car in closing the process. Look at everything is here, right? We're going to test the car to see whether the stakeholders will approve. All right. We're going to test the car to see whether it works. We are going to, or stakeholders accept it. We're going to check the project charter to see whether the car satisfies the goals of the project charter. We're going to check the project management plan to see whether we matched our baselines and our expectations. We're also going to do final lessons learned and update all our documents. And then there are other things we do. We go on to pay end of our contract, terminate contract, pay off the balance, release our team, archive or finally close up documentation, and then file and archive in organizational process assets. So basically, these are all the things that we'll find ourselves doing in the project. It's exactly what I have said that you will see in the integration stage. The only difference is that it was expressed with pictures here rather than as words. You notice, right, that these are of course training objectives, right? We have organizational process assets like we spoke about. We have enterprise environmental factors, which are what? External that can impact the project, right? And these are all enterprise environmental factors. These are the 7 that we just learned about, right? Process groups, right? So this is what? Charter, right? And this is what? Develop a plan, manage project knowledge, monitor and control project work, which is the ruler, perform integrated change control, which is the cycle, and then